Okay. Hello, dear chess amateurs. Mic is still on mute, or is it working? It's working. Okay, good. Nice to see you, everyone, here. And let me introduce myself. I'm international chess master Vladimir Poley from Sweden, and FIDE trainer and international arbiter as well. So today I need to jump into the studio because of substitute for some famous persons like Ulf Andersson that cannot come, and some people got cold during Rilton Cup. Actually, it was a huge problem this year. About 20 people already stopped participating in the tournament because of sickness. But hope it will be okay, and it's just 2 more games to be played. And I will make an annotation today for Rilton Cup. 23 top tables, and what we have today, it's just 2 players in the top with 6 points. 2 juniors actually. One is from India, another one is a very well-known talented junior from Norway, Elham Abdralf. Originally came from Afghanistan as a refugee, and a really strong player. I lucky to know him in person. He was staying at my place few years ago when he was participating in a tournament. Actually, really lots of funny stories, and let's see if he will manage to show a great game. Yesterday he won against Grandmaster Elias Mirin, because it was no chance for a famous Grandmaster from Israel, and today it's a winner will be decisive in the first table. But okay, Elham have black today. Let's see what they will play. We will start the game transmission in about a few minutes because it's a delay, probably 2-3 minutes before start. It's quite a lot of anti-cheating measures here during the tournament, and no even watches allowed to the playing hall, no mobile phones, and it's a very tough control. So it's really fair play that's chess needed, and so far it's no complaints from the players. Okay, first round was a little bit delay, but still people understand that this is for fair play reasons and measures. So no one is loud talking something about things against it. So let's see other players. Frode Ulkedal will play on the second table against another Indian player. And table 3, young also youngsters, so it's almost a young generation that takes the all top tables. And as I can see on table 4, it's Nikita Meshkov from Latvia, very nice and strong grandmaster, and his opponent is a FIDE master, young guy from Orgryte, William Olsen, trained by Ari Ziegler, and actually now it's looked like he's the most promising junior in Sweden. Table 5, it's Kuchuksari Khan, another young prodigy. He just did his international master norms 1 by 1 during the summer. So it's looked like that COVID pause was very positive for him. So he is playing white at table 5. The 6th table, it's Erik Blomqvist, Rokaden, legendary grandmaster Erik Blomqvist against Platon Galperin, young Ukrainian player that's actually playing for a club 4 nights, and it will be a really big fight because for Platon it was he was winning 2 tournaments in a row now in Sweden. He won Malmö Open a few weeks ago, and he won Gävle Open, very nice tournament a little bit north of Stockholm. So he's in a great form, but actually this tournament he was complaining that he cannot win winning position, at least 3 draws instead of 3 wins, completely winning positions. But this is chess. That's what we that's for we love chess, and let's see if we can see more. Okay, table 8, it also will be a very nice match. Hope that Elias Mirin will be back after yesterday lost against Abdralf. And probably he will be back in business. And at the table 9, we have the legendary Iceland Grandmaster Margeir Pettersson that actually can qualify himself as an amateur because he is bankman, finance man, and chess is not that he is making living for, but he still loves chess and extremely strong player, very solid and yeah, old school, as we say. Okay, let's see if we can start the games. Can we start the games? So, okay, we can start the first game with Elham and see what they got on the board. Let's see. Okay, so it's take a little bit time for download the games and see, because of delay in transmission for security reasons as well. Okay, so we can see that Indian player started with e4 and c6. Oi, oi, oi. The very careful Karahan defense. It shows that Elham have a very solid preparation and he refused to play Sicilian. The sharp best defense is attack. But with Karakan, okay, it's a solid opening, and let's see what white will choose. Okay, so 2 moves done. Oh, d4, d5, okay. And now white is thinking. Okay, so a few options. Should he play close Karakan with e5 and a long fight? Yes, done. And bishop f5. Okay, now it's a very sharp line with g4, very famous threat or trap, g4. Bishop should go probably back to c8. And if bishop goes to g6, it's e6, very unpleasant pawn sacrifice. And black have lots of problems with development of the king side. So let's see, it's look like that bishop e2 will be played, I can guess. Because white don't take, no, knight f3, Okay, so it will be the solid Karakan, and it will be the long game. By the way, it's a Sophia rules, not actually original Sophia rules, but players cannot take a draw before move 30. So that needs a lot of play, and everything can happen. Okay, we can go forward to the next one. Okay, solid e6, bishop e2. Okay, so it will be a long fight with long maneuvers. I think we are real Baragan with black pieces, one of the expert in this system. Okay, we jump to the second one, Frode Ulkedal. Before, he was a very talented Norwegian prodigy as well. I played him myself at Rilton Cup several years ago. And he showed extremely good technique with a queen against my rook, piece, and pawn. So I lost. So he's still in power, and he's fighting for the high prizes in this Rilton Cup. Okay, let's see what they have. Normally he starts with d4. Let's see. It's not on. Okay, we can probably be back. We can look at Frode. Okay, now it's start. Yeah, d4. He never changed his habits. d4. And let's see what the Indian guy will choose. I don't think it will be King's Indian. Maybe knight f6. Okay. c4. Yeah. Go for aggressive play. No, knight f3. Yeah, c4. Yeah, most of the young players now playing main lines and aggressive start. c4. Okay, come on, g6. King's Indian defense. Or Queen's Indian, more secure and solid. But look like that's white going for kill. Yeah, e6. So black choose the solid e6. After knight c3 it will be Nimzovich defense. Probably it will be yeah, Queen's Indian. b6. Or will it be played d5 and they convert to the old orthodox Queen's Gambit rejected? Yeah, g5. Okay. So look like that black tried to keep symmetry at the board, and it can end up in a very nice Carlsbad pawn structure. That's actually very double sharp. g3. Oh, Catalan. Probably Magnus imaginations or Magnus Carlsen influence for Norwegian players. So everyone start to play Catalan. Okay, so here it will be a sharp fight. That's absolutely sure. Now black can choose lots of... they can accept pawn on c4, or they can play c6, b6, close Catalan. Depends. In my opinion, probably black will not take the sharp... No, they did. Wow. Okay, here it will be a real fight. So we can take a look what's happening on the third table now, just to see how players prepared. And here is okay, Nimzowitsch, old system, queen c2, very solid. Okay, look like both players must show what they want, c5 or d5, what will be chosen. It's also line with... Interesting, because queen c2, it's a very solid line. Keeping in mind that it can be transformation to the isolated pawn, it can be transformation to the queen's gambit, Ragozin, whatever. And yeah, very flexible play. But now it's choice by black, what they will play. Okay, e4. Wow, this is really a sharp line. Also very aggressive way to play. Of course, the winner take it all, and it's no way that it will be a quick draw. Thanks to the rules, 30 moves should be played. Okay, now we will take a look at Nikita Meshkov. Okay, it was probably Slav. Yes, Slav. Defense, knight c3, e6, g3. Okay, trying to transform also to Catalan, but black take. Okay, so this is one of the sharp lines. Actually, Daniel Dubov like it for white. He bravely sacrificed his pawn on b3 and thinks that he have a very good play with his knights on the weak square c5 later on. See if Nikita Meshkov knows all this analysis, but actually it's a very well-known opening. White have pressure, black need to fight for equalizing, but they got a pawn, and pawn, it's a pawn. Yeah, b3, famous Daniel Dubov sacrifice, as it was expected. Okay, let's see. We can say go Daniel go, but actually it's not Daniel Dubov playing. It's Nikita Meshkov's from Riga. Okay, so here it will be also a very nice open fight. Kuchuksari, table 5. What we got here? g4, knight f6, bishop d5. Oh, Trampovsky. Okay, black go for the main line. Normally it's not give any problems. It was a famous game between Magnus Carlsen and Vasily Ivanchuk at the World Cup. Blitz, I think they played. And actually it's become rather popular, but to play Trampovsky in a classical game, I don't think it's a lot of advantage. Okay, it's good for blitz, because one wrong move and white can get the huge edge, but if black knows, it's no big fights will be there, because bishop's pair, it's a queen in a professional hands. And now we can look at Eric Blomqvist against Platon Galperin. Look like Spanish, Rui Lopez. Bishop b5, a6, yeah. b5 directly. Wow, this is a rather rare choice. So it's not letting take on c6, because normally it's knight f6, but now it's black chosen something. So it's a very flex move order, and black just hunt the bishop. This is something new. Looks very, very, very interesting. So can white take the pawn on e5? So if they take a pawn, probably knight take on b3, a pawn take, queen e7, d4, d6. So it can be exchange of the queens endgame, but black have bishop's pair, and maybe white pawn structure b3 and b2, little bit corrupt. Very interesting, very interesting. For me, it's a novelty. It's difficult to say, but nice, because you see that young players normally, of course, it's a computer generation. During my time, Petrosian said to Nigel Short, hey, you are the kids of Informata, because it was Informata that people got all the information from. All the best games, it was published twice per year, and it was an excellent best games selection with the Grandmaster's comments. But now, of course, it's computer. Everyone have access to machine engines, and chess changed their strategies drastically. Okay, so this will be an interesting fight. And as it looked like, Erik Blomqvist now in a deep thought. He got the novelty and he don't know what to do. He got surprised. So bravo, Platon, to surprise on move 5 already. Looks good. So White thinking for 10 minutes already. Wow. We will keep an eye on this game, and it should be really an open fight. Maybe Platon decided to take his revenge, because he have 3 winning games, but it was 3 draws. He was totally winning against Hampus Sorensen, absolutely winning, huge advantage, but it was a draw. Hampus finds a way to survive. And then he have completely winning against Marger Pettersson, and it was 1 more, but in Marger game, it's on a time trouble. He must fight for a draw later on. So it was a great endgame technique, actually recommended for study. Okay, let's see table 7. It's an Indian derby, and it's a first seed Shashikiran Krishan. Oh, old Stonewall with knight on c3. Let's see how was the order for this one, because normally people in against Stonewall try to keep knight on b1 to be able to trade the bishop, black square bishop. So castle, bishop d6, c4, c6, and now the main line, it was b3 with idea to trade the black square bishop. Another open line is bishop to f4 with the same idea, but White did knight to c3. Okay, so this opening was rather popular in 1980s, from the previous century. And actually in 80s it was a lot of theory in this variation. And I must point it that one of the best Swedish players, Lars Carlson, Grandmaster, he played this opening for the whole entire life. And when he faced me, rather often in Swedish tournaments, I always trade the bishop b3, bishop a3, and then knight aim to e5, a weak square. But okay, castle, queen c2. Actually, queen c2, it's a tricky move. Knight b to d7 will be mistake, because white take on d5, and black cannot take with the e pawn because it's hanging on f5. So what should be played? Lars Carlson playing often b6, queen e7 also possible. Start to keep an eye on e5 possibility. Of course, number 1 player in Rilton know all these nuances if he choose. But I remember legendary Tigran Petrosyan answer when he was doing a training camp for juniors, and we asked, what do you think what you should play against Dutch defense? And Petrosyan answer, if your opponent wants to play Dutch, do not disturb him. So he was sure that Dutch defense is not good for black. But yeah, if we remove this bishop on d6, we can see that black squares really weak and pawn on e6 is weak, and bishop on c8 is crying for like, let me play, bring me into the life, I don't want to stay under arrest. So okay, but it looked like bishop g5, and white tried to get very solid position. Now probably will be h6 or even queen f7, or maybe bishop d7, bishop e8, bishop h5, the old-fashioned maneuver, just to bring the sleeping bishop into the game immediately. More sharper line, it's b6, bishop b7, and then c5. Try to get sort of position some similarities. If they take on d5 and e-pawn take, it's like a queen's gambit. So black probably will get hanging pawns later. But okay, we can say that white want to draw and black trying to find the chances. It looks like that's really number one. It's it will be a secure play. So we go to the table 8, Ilyas Mirin. Okay, and it's a Sicilian dragon. Wow, the sharpest lines with bishop g5. This can be interesting. We can say this is a classical. The dragon became very popular. And black is international master from Germany. Actually, I think he was famous as a journalist as well, if I'm not mistaken, and photographer as well, writing a lot of chess articles. So d4, take. But to play Sicilian against expert in Sicilian, the guy who wrote the book, Sicilian Warfare, it's a little bit risky, but okay. Maybe it's also sort of psychology. Show me what you wrote, I will check your book analysis. Okay, knight c6, bishop g5. Good try, really good try. So it's a rouser attack. And g6. Okay, this is also actually one of the moves done by Daniel Dubov. He was one of the first who played this version, and if you take on f6, it will be a weak pawn structure, but black have bishop's pair. And this is extremely strong weapon for Daniel Dubov. If I remember correct, Daniel lost this game. I think it was during Olympiad. Not the last one, but Olympiad that was played before. Okay, knight b3. White challenge to go to the dragon. Dragon more sharp edge with the bishop on g5. Actually, white is an extra tempi, because normally in dragon, the bishop goes to e3, f3, queen d2, bishop c4, and then bishop goes to c5, or to g5, sorry. But will this be okay? Because knight on b3, he is transferring, okay, bishop e2, no c4 square. The best square for Robert Fischer. He always plays this Yugoslavian attack. Okay, and short castle. Okay. It's a tribute probably to Vasily Smyslov. He was one of the best in this thing. Then white will play f4 and bishop f3, and it's a little bit tricky. If black do something wrong, it's lots of nuances. And Vasily Smyslov was one of the experts in this variation. If you check the chess base, you will see lots of his games. Okay, bishop e6. Yep, absolutely right. This is a square, not schablon bishop d7, because with the knight on b3, bishop is going to e6. And even Nakamura have a brilliant idea after knight d4. He left this bishop unprotected, and it was straight, and f-pawn takes. So black control d5 square, and it's almost equal endgame. I think Gawain Jones described this variation in his book. But okay, let's see. It's not computer chess anymore. It's a classical, and it's have roots from Vasily Smyslov. So this can be really a classical game, and it shows that Ilya really is an expert. So to write a book and play the same version, it's a pleasure. So black should be really brave, and they are. So let's see, an extra tempi, but knight on b3. What will happen next? Probably f4. And the thing is, why knight on b3? Because it's no queen b6 check and this poisoned pawn on b2. The most discussions about this pawn, can it be taken or not? But in Sweden it's known that's like a svenska gå på, or Swedish gå på variation. Okay, but here knight on b3, probably black should go a5, a4, try to kick this knight away. But white will start attack on the queen side. On the king side, f4, f5, and okay, but normally if knight comes to e5, it's no mating threats. But let's see how classics will help to modern chess. And now we come into the legend Marger Pettersson. Let's see from the very beginning. King's Indian, it was played. Averbach, but who is black? Okay, Levi Leon. Okay, it's a young, I think it's Croatian grandmaster. And nice to see King's Indian on a high level. Yes, Averbach, because Marger, I think he played Averbach systems his whole entire life. So far, I remember his games from when he was young. It was Averbach system. So also a very brave decision to play the systems that's opponent playing the whole entire life. Okay, knight a6, it's the youngest line. I think it was introduced by Judith Polgar. Knight a6, and yeah, idea that c5 will come. Normally it's h6, old lines, and c5, d5, e6, black sacrifices the pawn. It was famous in 50s and introduced by Yuri Averbach. Actually, lots of gameplay by Yefim Geller. If you're interested in the King's Indian, the best way to learn the classics is from Yefim Geller's game, and Leonid Stein as well. Two excellent grandmasters from Ukraine. That's Soviet Union at that time, but both from Ukraine. Geller from Odessa, Stein from Lvov. And they put a lot of beauty in King's Indian. Okay, Queen d2. Queen e8. Okay, it's almost main line. Knight d7. I think it was first played by Ivan Chuk, if I remember correct. So, knight e2. Okay, will it be transferred to Semish after f3? So, Marger playing a really flexible opening. e5, d5. Yes, should be. d5. Yeah, looks very interesting. If d5, then f5 is ready, and after f5 the bishop on g5 can be in trouble, because if he played something like f4 and king is not castle. So it's look like that black make a really nice sharp challenge. So maybe not take, maybe bishop c2 with idea to transfer bishop to a4, or maybe even long castle. Definitely not take on e5. I'm thinking if it's if you take, knight should take, or pawn, because knight d5, f6, bishop step back, knight c5, knight e6, knight aiming to d4, King's Indian dream. Yeah, I really like to enjoy. And look what happened. Kaida Kulotz got the walkover. Wow, no, some games was played. Kaida Kulotz, the winner of Aeroflot Open, a strong player. I remember him as over 26 plus grandmaster, and he is one of the experts in Sicilian. Let's see this miniature to win in 9 moves as black. Wow, what's up? Sharpest line, okay, h6 here, knight d7, queen f3, e5. Oh, wow, how that can be?
No, I think it's wrong result. I need to check it. I think they still play.
They still play. Okay, so this is the sharpest line. The all Sicilian variation. It also can be quite nice for theoretical point of view. How black playing, you see, so they waste 1 tempi with e6 and then e5. But actually, I remember a recommendation from Grandmaster Isaac Bolislavsky. That was originally Bolislavsky system in Sicilian with e5. He said that d6 against isolated pawn on e4. d6 is more powerful pawn. It gives outpost for the knight e5, c5. And e4 pawn, it's longer, promoted, so it should be more weaker. So this was like comments from Bolislavsky about this pawn structure this isolated pawn e4 against d6. So, but let's see. Boleslavsky played a4, a5, a4 idea, but now pawn on a6. So it's really very nice to enjoy this modern theory. It's a mixture of all openings. Okay, so I try to go back and see how is what happened in Margers Peterson game, what he chosen. Yeah, d5, of course. He go for, easy to attack when the center is locked. But now f5. It's look like it's must played, f5. But what will happen after? Should it be played f3, bishop h4, bishop f2, the normal way of King's Indian? Okay, but the center is locked now. Bishop on c8 is sleeping, knight on a6 is keeping eye on b4, so it's not easy to start attack, and c5 attack on the queen side also is a little bit too slow. But black should attack on the king side, but king is in the middle, it's no short castle. He can always run long and attack on the king side by himself. But white spending too much time, so it looked like that Margain got a surprise by this mixture of few King's Indian systems, especially knight d7. Yeah, nice, because if you play computer and use computer analyze, from the very beginning computer gives 0.87 evaluation against King's Indian defense. Interesting. Okay, we go to another legendary player, Mikhail Krasenkov. And actually he need to be in the top, because Mikhail won twice, he won I think 3 times Rilton Cup, if I'm not mistaken. And he need to get one more point, to, or some even dirty point for gold medal, because it's a gold medal introduced for people that's won Rilton Cup 3 times. So far I know it's only Russian player Sergei Volkov that got this golden medal a few years ago. He won 3 times and was shared the first place also for several times. So let's wish good luck to Mikhail Krasenkov and see what he played against Spanish. I think he's FIDE Master. I'm not sure. Lopez Minuet Ingo. I don't have the start list, but I think it's FIDE Master or International Master. So let's see. d4, d6. Oh, Ukrainian defense. Idea, he want to go to the end game even without castling, but the pawn on c4 it's blocking the white square bishop on f1. So it's named as Ukrainian defense. In during Soviet Union times, it was most popular weapon for Ukrainian players. d5, yes, transferring f5, e4. So white sacrificing a pawn, and idea to get control over the e4 square and bring the knight there. Take, take, take. I think that black is almost doing well. The thing is e6 square, can the knight come to e6? But f5 played without knight f6, knight e8, f5. So 2 extra tempers for black. Black cannot be worse. So knight e2. Of course, this bishop should be driven away. Castle, knight g3, bishop to d7. And g6 should be played in some moment just to cut off the knight on g3. It's named Botvinnik's cutting off. If you have knight on b3, pawn should be on b6. Knight on g3, pawn should be on g6. So, but look like that black solve all the opening problems. Only thing that bishop on d3 is playing and active and aiming on h7. But Mikhail played King's Indian and modern defense himself for many, many years. I think he's rather pleased with his position. Anyway, it's out of book, and his Spanish opponent must think himself during the game. And that's what's showing the time, almost equal. But okay, so it will be fight as well. So it will be fight. White control e4, maybe bishop g5, and even trade this bishop towards the knight and get control over the e4 square with both knight. But it can be another problem. It's named like an extra piece because both knights aiming on e4. Anyway, so what to do? What to do? Maybe bishop f5 as an option. But should white trade this good bishop or not? The bishop is locked by c4 and d5 pawns. But white call a bishop for black, it's look like as the best piece. Interesting. But maybe bishop just go to e8 and then g6, it will be an extra tempi. And after check is knight to c5. Little bit risky, I think. Little bit risky. Okay, we go to the next game. And now we get famous Hillar Tiger person. Swedish grandmaster, very creative player. And almost playing for win. I like his style very much. Okay, knight f3. Reti. Okay. Here and d4. Okay, so it can be Grunfeld symmetric. c6. No, black didn't take the challenge. They will play Schlechter Spielmann variation probably. And white have a4. Wow. Wow. As I said, Tiger is a very creative player and a4. So white tried to get advantage on the queen side. I saw some games played by Magnus. Also a4, b3 and pawn is still left on c2. So it's not obligatory to play c4 and go to this fight. So it's long maneuvers, but I think that Tiger got his opponent now by surprise. And yeah, it will be an interesting fight. a4, I really like this move. If you play it first in states, such a players named rookies, because if you start with the rook, pawn is not good. But okay, it's computer. It's not the first move, and it looks very, very logical. Because if black play a5, then they can have a weakness after c5 on b5. And white extra piece out in the fight. 3 pawn moves by black, so why not? It looks totally logically. a4. And of course, Tiger trying to get his opponent out of the book. And English player can face some trouble. At least he's thinking now. So it will be also interesting game. We must keep an eye. Okay, we move into the table 12. Wow. Almost endgame. Danish grandmaster. Actually, he have 26 plus, but now he's only 25. He's up and down. And he is a well-known streamer on Lichess and Chess.com, playing Bullet. But let's see. 10 moves. What happened here? G3, G6. Okay, copycat. Trying to show, okay, it's King's Indian now. Knight C6, one of the main lines. And E5, E5. Okay, E5. The normal way is A6, Rook B8, the most sharpest in this system. But okay, E5. Take. Interesting. Why not D5? Because knight on E7 is rather out of the play. So one of the best options is just to place knight to B8. Just go home and gave 2 tempes. But white is doing absolutely best. Actually, it was one of the most famous positions and love position for Tigran Petrosyan as white. Actually, he was playing King's Indian as black as well. But this was Petrosyan's pet, we can say. Okay, take on E5. It's possible, but white have absolutely no advantage here. So he just tried to go to the endgame. Okay, because he thinks that his opponent is not a grandmaster, and he tried to play him out in the endgame. Bishop E6. The old-time theory, it was rook to E8. Just step back and... Okay, but the difference is pawn on E2, and black cannot use D4 square in full, Yeah. Okay, bishop e6. c4 pawn is in trouble. Is b3 obligatory? Or c5? Maybe c5 looks interesting, just to get more space on the queen side and try to use... Yeah, but look, that black should not have any problems here, so all the pieces developed. So here is a pin, but we will ask this bishop, okay, where are you going? Where are you going? And probably black dreaming for a draw. If they trade, take knight d5, they must take, and then it's very, very holdable for draw, different color bishops as a sign for draw. So, but okay, if you're playing King's Indian, come on, you play for win. You play for counter-attack. To play King's Indian for a draw, it's a wrong opening in my opinion. Okay, so... I can't see. So I can see some questions. Let's see, but it's very little. Can you read it for me?
And h4 here.
h4?
Knight to e4.
Knight to e4. Okay. Put more pressure. PP on PP. Okay. Knight a4. We probably can take on e4. You take on d8, and I take in between on c3. So it will be two pieces for the rook. So it's not working. Actually, it's definitely not working. Because, yeah, but if you take on e4, let's say e4, knight take e4, knight take e4, rook will go, let's say, on d4, black will give away the bishop and get the pawn on c4. So it's a counter chance. And another question from the chat? Because it's a very small letters on the chat, so I need to apologize, because I can read it later on when it come close, because we have several computers, and I really have no glasses with me. I cannot, it will not help. Okay, let's see. Knight e4 here. Okay. So I answered the question. Yeah, knight e4. It's simply knight take e4, and it's a move in between to take another knight after they take on d8. Okay, so we go forward, and let's see. Yang Min Seo, very interesting player. He learned his moves under my command at British primary school. When he started, he was rather late. He was 12 years old when he came and joined my chess club for nights. But very quickly he was working hard, and he left the club when he was 24-50, and immediately he won the Swedish championship. Now he must work on his last grandmaster norm. I think he's already grandmaster, but it's always question of luck to get your norm. Once I was unlucky in Reykjavik Open 2015. I missed one performance point. I have a lot of grandmasters, enough points, but performance was not good. 25.99 instead of 2600 that's needed. So still international master. But okay, what to do? It's sometimes it's good to be a good EM as a weak GM. This is my policy. Okay, let's see Yang Min Seo. He is black. He playing everything. King's Indian, Slav. Okay, now it will be probably Pirk. Yeah, he don't want. Okay, it's Bishop f4. Opening name as Jabava London, or you can say it's also Gavril Verisov, a very strong Belarusian player that introduced d4, d5, knight c3. It's opening with his name. Okay, knight b5. Yeah, Jabava London. People were just watching videos, study videos. e3, c6, knight goes back. As if I remember correct, a4, it was a recommendation by Bahadur Jabava, a4, c6, and in some variation you can go knight to a3, and then c4 and attack on the queen side, because black knight on a6 is a little bit misplaced. But maybe I'm have old information, because theory is not stay at the same place, especially with the computers. Knight b8. Excellent. Excellent. Knight on c7 is totally misplaced, so better to agree and go back, because you're not wasting time. Knight b5, knight c3, it's also few moves that's gone, and knight to b8, it's say, okay, I will pay with the same coin. We got another. Hello. Okay, hello. And bishop, okay, now it's bishop to g4. Okay, very solid idea. It's just trade the white square bishop towards the knight on f3, then play e6, castle, get very solid position, and then see what happened in the long game. Because as I said before, you cannot take a draw. Knight d7, okay, castle here. Okay, so Yang Min is thinking maybe to play e5 at once, but I think that e6 is more solid. You trade, if you have bishop's pair, you must open the position, but with knights, position should be more locked. Rook b1, wow. Idea b4, b5. Minority attack or Carlsbad structure that's making the c6 pawn a little bit retarded or backwards. Yeah, and now it's e4 played. Okay, what I can tell, the game transferred to Caro-Kann defense. Take, and will it be e5? e5, and it's totally equal. I played such a position against Peter Karzubov in a Belarusian championship long time ago, and it was a quick draw. Okay, with respect to both players, Peter Karzubov was a great international master and player, and very talented, but he's not active now. But he was actually Soviet Union champion in a team in 1978. It was a biggest success for Belarus junior team. I'm originally from Belarus, that's why I'm talking, but my last 20 years I'm living in Sweden. So Swedish. Okay, let's see, e5 or what? Another interesting line here is try to play c5, but actually it's a little bit tricky. It's named Nimzovich idea with, it can be c6, e6, and if white will play c4, then d4 pawn will be weak. Of course, Yang Min knows that because he was taught this stuff. I know this for sure because I did the job well. And let's see what he will choose. After e5, it's probably draw. But okay, to have a draw as black before the last round. And for Yang Min, it's a pity he have no chance for his Grandmaster norm because he met only one Grandmaster in this tournament. So really pity because he need to get his last norm by Swiss tournament. And in such a strong tournament to face only one Grandmaster out of 8 rounds, it's something wrong with the pairing. Joking. Okay, let's go to the next one. This guy, I think it's an English player against, I didn't know both of them, but Sokolovsky, it sounds very, I think he played draw against Smedin in some first rounds. Let's see what they have here. Okay, will it be Reti? Yeah, okay. One tempo behind. Oi, e5, even with one tempo back. Take. White did absolutely right. They trade the central pawn against the flank pawn, and white should play for advantage. Okay, so it will be something that we will see. I don't know, Hampus. I will just jump over a few games just to see Hampus against Bernd Lindberg, 2 international masters. Hampus was also one of my students previously, and yeah, very defensive, solid player. Let's see what he did. As white, he's supposed to win. Nimzovich, yeah, okay, queen c2, solid line, knight c6, d6. Okay, black go for a very solid close system. Idea then castle, queen e7, and trade the bishop on c3 and play e5. Sort of King's Indian pawn structure, but without the black square bishop that is locked by his own pawns. But black have very little chances for success. Okay, correct. Campos going for bishop's pair. Queen e7. Yeah, I think that's white have a little bit of advantage and must play aggressive after e5. Okay, let's see what we will see here in the fight. Bishop's pair, it looks very promising for Campos. Okay, maybe we will go back now to the first tables and see what's going on in the Norwegian prodigy. Yeah, long maneuvers. Position is locked, and it will be a really long fight. Let's see what we missed from the beginning. Close Karakan. Okay, Erham is trying to get long. He have lots of energy. C5. Okay, it's Sergei Zhigalko like to take on c5. He's always taken on c5 and play for d4 square. But okay, c3, it's too schablon, a3. Okay, now we can say it's like a transformation to the French defense, but the bishop is not locked on c8. So this is advantage for black, because it's not like a huge advantage, but it's a plus. Because the main problem in French defense is to solve the problem of the white collar bishop. b4, yeah, everything is okay, and c4. What is the difference? Normally in French c4 it's a very tricky move, and after c4 black can face the problems. But here is bishop on g6. Maybe that's why it's really working well. g3, h4. If you don't know what to do, put your pieces on better squares. Of course, bishop taking f5 square. Normally, a knight will go there, and bishop is a little bit locked on g6. But okay, knight to b8. Okay, will knight get the nice blockade square on b6? So sooner or later it will be f6, and black will start to attack this central pawn on e5, and it's start to be a dynamic position. But I think that here black have absolutely no problems, and probably Elham can be very happy with his opening. It will be a long fight. Let's see what's up at Frode's Urkedal position. Okay, here is theory. Yep. Catalan, c6, and check here. Back moves that disappear. Everything is well known. And this idea with exchange sacrifice. Okay, it's also popular, and it's thanks to computer analysis. I think first this idea came from the Queen's Gambit Accepted. It was a game between two, I think it was a Georgian grandmaster lady that played it first with protected pawn on b5 in accepted Queen's Gambit. And then it was Nakamura, Hikaru Nakamura, excellent game, like 10 years ago, something like that. Okay, so some similarities. So black is thinking now. Okay, why you should think? You take on c6, bishop d7, sacrifice on exchange. Another famous game, it's Carlsen against Mamidyarov. Same opening. Carlsen won, but Mamidyarov played a little bit wrong. So he have good position, but he maybe forgot to analyze or did just a blunder. It was also a rather famous game, Carlsen Mamidyarov. Okay, let's see next one, table 3. Wow, here is something happening. We can make a quick look from the beginning how it was. So we will see the game in dynamic. Nimzovich defense, e4, sharp line, e5, knight e4, bishop d3, c5. Yep, everything is well known. Take, bishop f4, g3, Okay. Very nice tricky tactic here is like remove the guard. So the knight on e4 is hanging, and yeah, it's almost good to do this. So it should be moving between. Yes, take this, take. And now blockade square on e6 and excellent knight on e4. Bishop step back and bye pony. Do you like to give away your bishop on e4 to take it back? No. This is absolutely right decision. But here bishop's pair and control, but pawn, it's a pawn. So this is a real fight. Bishop f5. So using the blockade on the white squares. Here, knight e6 looks good. g4, queen on h4. So now we need to solve the problem. This queen on h4, is it a well-placed piece or is it misplaced piece? What do you think? On my first opinion, it looks like an aggressive attacking, but on another hand, this queenie can be trapped. So white should start hunting the queenie. Definitely not trade. Let's see what's played. Rook d1. Okay, logical. And here. Okay, so white bringing all the fighting pieces into the middle. Two rooks got like a dream standing. d1, e1. Black pawn up, but okay, bishop's pair, that can be taken, and d5 pawn is weak. But I think that white have a good edge here. Very, according to my feelings, white should have advantage because queen on h4 is absolutely misplaced. To bring it back, it takes so much time, and knight can always come to f5. It can be a little bit risky. For black. Yeah, I don't know what is evaluation. Maybe you can look at evaluation with this thermometer and see, but I'm definitely sure that white is doing good. If we can look at can we look at evaluation?
Yes.
Let's see. Yeah, okay. Can start evaluation. Okay, yeah, +1 for white, yes. Nice. I really like to be correct with my feelings because intuition, it was most of the things that you learn from Mark Dvoretsky. Play by intuition, play by hand. So great coach. Unfortunately passed away too early. Okay, so now we have evaluation almost on every... I remember in 2013, the candidates tournament in London, I think I was only one commentator that did comments without computer, with the old fashion, and it was published just directly. I was saying what I see, and this I think it's best, because to give comments in the beginning with using computer help, I think it's people like to have a live stream, and you say what you think. This is the main things, because everyone can use computer evaluation later on their own, but to get an experience and feelings from old player and experienced player or grandmaster player, guys who are doing these comments, it's actually not an easy job. You must be very quick, and of course most of the decisions you making by your intuition. Let's see what we have at Platon game. Did Eric solve this opening surprise problems or not? Let's see. I just remind that it was a novelty in Spanish, at least novelty for me. I never saw it before. b5 I saw, and it was like a baby move, beginners, why you should move your pawns, but actually it looks rather logical, d4. So, and we transfer into bishop b7. Wow. Okay, d6. So knight is still alive on a5, and bishop is leaving on b3. Okay, and now it's time. What should we do? Should we take on c4 and be rid of this bishop? or should we take on b3 and make the weak pawns? Knight f6. Black just ignore and develop the sleeping forces. Looks really nice, because after take on b5, pawn take b5, a take b5, it's hanging the bishop on b3. So okay, Eric Blomqvist also developing his sleeping knight from b1. And let's see, it's a threat to take on b5 or not a threat. Probably it's not a threat, because bishop is 7, take on b5. Can we sacrifice this pawn? I think so. I think so. Let's see evaluation just for fun. What is computer saying? Computer saying it's absolutely equal. -0.2. So black is doing well. Yeah. And it's 0-0-0 after shot. And as you see, it's 10-12 minutes advantage for Platon. It's a young player from Ukraine, originally from Chernigov. It's on the border with my home city Gomel in Belarus, where I born. But I left when I was 16 years old, long time ago. Okay, really very, very interesting surprise. Let's wish good luck for the young player. Okay, he probably deserved it more, because 3 winning positions played as a draw. He need to get, he must to be back with so much fantasy. Wow, really he deserved the victory. But we will see a nice fight. It's very difficult to say what will happen. So it's probably for 3 results: white wins, black wins, and draw. But definitely it's look like very interesting game. Okay, let's see what we have in this meeting game. Sorry to jump. Oi, 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 oi. Look at these traffic lights. We can do quickly from the beginning. What's up? And as I said, the modern theory, it's a mixture of all variations and openings. Let's see. Castle, bishop e6, king h1. King h1. What we can say about this move? Is it too slow, or is it just a prophylaxis? Just say, okay, do what you want. I don't care. I put my king in safety. So white is not opening their plans and cards. So queen is still on d1. Actually, it's a brilliant idea. You just move the king to safety, gain time, and ask black what you do. And okay, they kick away the bishop. Bishop step back, g5. Now it's a big fianchetto, bishop g3, and d5. Wow. So is this in time? Okay, from a kid I was taught like that. In Sicilian, if white play e5, white gets a winning position. If black manage with d5, black will equalize. But d5. Okay, so it's not modern or hyper accelerated dragon. Pawn on g5. Okay, stopping f4. e5 square is not under black's control anymore. Knight c5. Immediately this horsey from outside coming. Take. Oi, 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 oi. Trade the queens. Ay, 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 ay. Oi, oi, oi. What we can say about this triple pawns on the e line? It looks terrible. It's look terrible, but computer say it's 0-0-0. Okay. Computer says that black is holdable. But if I look at this position, I think black is horrible with this 3 handicap pawns and bishop's pair. Okay, but they managed to trade queens. I think white will win definitely. So it's much more easy to play by white. So it's a problem on the b pawn here. If you take, so it will be hanging. So maybe this is only plan, but let's see what we can recommend for white, how to proceed. All these weak pawns on e. Bishop c4 attack, king f7. Very nice move, actually from Gawain Jones' book about dragon. His idea, if you have this double pawn, d6, e6, e7, king f7, it was a very nice fortress and good square for a king to protect. Okay, I think that's computer even give advantage for black, but probably because of the pawn. Interesting. But I still think that Smyrna will get an h here, maybe knight goes, and we just ignore this pawn and start to push a 3 against 2. Yep. Okay. And King's Indian. Averbach. What we got? Yes, it's transferred to the old line. Old line, we can have few steps back. d5. Margay close the center. Knight c5, bishop c2, and f5 and f3. So now we have like mostly classical setup for black and for white. And here is no pawn on a5. If black pawn will be on a5, it will be better for black because black stop any kind of activity on the queen side. With pawn on a7, knight on a6 doing the job. But this, as I said, it's named as extra piece, according to Dvoretsky. 2 knights aiming on c5 square. So 1 knight should be trade. But, okay, bishop will run away. Bishop h4, bishop f2, maybe even short castle. And, yeah. Let's go. Let's go. I didn't get it. Okay, we got the... should we jump to the special game that you wish, or let's go to the beginning? Okay, maybe to the beginning. I'm just guessing how was it started. Okay, it was a Averbach system. A very nice idea by black, knight d7. I think it's novelty from Ivanchuk, Vasily Ivanchuk. Queen e8. So this was well known, and knight to d7, knight to e2. So idea is transferring like to semish mostly, but knight on a6. So it's very interesting move order. And f5. Okay, black doing the standard plan. f3, still fight for e4 square. And if black knight will be on e4, it's advantage for white forever, because d4 is very well protected. So bishop on g5 will be going around after, let's say, not easy to play h6, probably rook f7, queen f8, h6, f4, g5. This is starting very typical King's Indian attack against f3. So g5, h5, g4, and it's look like that's, yeah, taken and trying to transfer the trade the pieces. But here is white definitely better. So Margay Patterson got, but black trying to trade this extra knight. So this is interesting. Should we take with a bishop or should we take with a knight? It will be probably the same after. So white didn't manage to castle and play g4. If white managed with g4, it will be really excellent knight on e4, and white square bishop on c8 have no space to go. Okay, so look like that black is probably dreaming for a draw, to open up and take off the dynamic in the center and forget about this attack. Okay, but it's probably the best. But let's see what Margay will choose. It's advantage, and computer agree with me. So 1.2 for white. So old school. It's classical pawn structure, and of course Margays know it very well. Let's see for Mikhail Krasenkov. Yep, c6, nice dynamic. It was here we left. Bishop step back, bishop d3, knight here, and f3. Setting stop for e4. Forward march for the pawn and get control over the e4 square. Almost same ideas as the Margay Patterson game, but black knight on f6, it's much more powerful, and knight on a6 will come also. I think that Mikhail know exactly what to do, and he start to create weaknesses, and white king is still not castle. I think that black is doing fine, but computer gives 0.6 for white. But I think that black solve all the opening problems and probably will be the upper hand rather soon. Okay, okay, let's see. Tiger. A4, A5 it was. So, okay, we can go again from the beginning. A4, A5, yeah. If somebody play rookies, I will answer with the same. Okay, castle, knight f6, c4, excellent. And castle and queen b3. Okay, so white will get center. It's look like as a Schlechter-Schliemann variation or Grünfeld without c5. So who will bring the knight on e5 first will get an advantage. I think that's okay. But it's definitely out of book. And computer give advantage for black. Advantage for black. Because black get in control on b4 square immediately. But I think that sooner or later it will be played e4. White will get center. And it's a double H position. Because the white center will be powerful. And knight on b4 as stays good, but do nothing. It can be his destiny. Just stay well on b4, but what he will do there? Just stay well. Okay. So I think that Tiger will recover from the opening. And let's see this drawing ending. And what we missed here. So bishop e6, knight d2, knight d4. So black got the king's Indian dream. Of course, it's no problems for black. King h1 as well. Wow. Idea, so it's pawn on e2 will be taken. It will be taken without check. Yeah, and computer gives directly from 0.5 plus to 0 minus 0.9. So king h1, no, it cannot be good. Yeah, kicking away the best piece, right? And now Danish junior grandmaster is really in trouble. What to do? He don't want to give away his bishop, but he cannot save it. He must run away. He must run away. Yeah. He should take on f6, but bishop's pair. Black have definitely no problems in this game. And let's see Sicilian welfare. Kulots back. Kaido Kulots, the winner of Aeroflot Open about 3, 4, 5 years ago. Everyone was surprised, but he is a great Estonian player, and I think after Jan Elvest and late Lembit Ol, probably he was one of the strongest. Okay, f4, sharpest line for white. Queen f3, e5, take, best line, take, and e4. Yep. Queen. It's not walking take on e4 because queen e7 simple pin and d5 pp on pp, pin piece put pressure. So black will gain a piece and win the game easily. But now queenie on e3, it's a bad blockade piece. The worst blockade that you can have, it's a queenie. I think black is doing fine. So what is white dreaming? White dreaming about endgame with the different color bishops. And actually d5 is rather risky. d5 rather risky to make pawns connection and stop bishop from c4, because even long castle looks okay. Long castle, and then it's a d-line pin and black king on e8. That's in the middle of the board. It can be really risky business for black. And white simply attack with castle, g4, g5. Yep, interesting. Something to think for black. And we go into the next one, Yang Min Seo. Yeah, he did queen a5, so it's just normal moves. He did not show his plans. I think he should play f6 now. He should keep this bishop. Even bishop h6 looks good. But who is to move? It's white to move. Knight d7. So he is trading the bishop and keeping. Okay, so it looks like that he is playing for a draw. Can he play bishop h6 if he wants to play for a draw? Bishop h6 instead. Take, take, and then f5, and black just cut off the white bishop activity. Different color bishops, so the draw is not far away. But okay, maybe it's long dreams from the childhood. Queen and knight is better as queen and bishop. But we can say, haha, look at Carlsen and Nakamura. They showing and proving opposite. It's queen and bishop can beat queen and knight. So it's a schablon. Of course, it depends on the position. But okay, so probably it will not be much here. So black played solid, okay, just trading pieces and probably not against the draw. Okay, so let's see. Milton Panzer, one more student of mine. So I got him when he was 6 years old, and I actually predict that he will be international master at age of 18. So very talented kid. Let's see what he is playing now. He lost 2 games already in this tournament. So Philidor defense. Oi, oi, oi. It was not me that showed him that. Take, take. Okay, but g3. Will we see b3? It was rather popular at the beginning of the 20th century. I think Tarrasch played a famous game with b3 and Spielmann. Okay, sort of King's Indian structure, but it's a Philidor. Knight e2, knight b4. Okay, knight g3, g6. No, d5. d5, and black solve all the opening problems. Okay. Okay, so black is just provoking white pawns to go forward and then will counterattack. So black is, yeah, it will be Milton. So we can say go Milton, go. Okay. Probably back to the top tables. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, bishop on h3. So no castling. Yeah, it will be maneuvers and maneuvers. Computer gives advantage for white, but I don't think that white is doing something here. Black have absolutely everything under control. Bishop h3 probably a little bit more overdrived. So it's no problem to trade this bishop against the knight and have then g6 and knight on f5. Then it's no needs for castling. King can go to f8 and g7, and it's yeah, equal. So black have no risk. Okay, so it will be a long game, and it's Elham is thinking. Sorry, Elham is thinking, but yeah. Sorry. Yeah, bishop h3 probably this was too much optimistic. Too much optimistic. A lonely bishop will not do any sort of damage. And now after f6, rook is on the e file, so e6 will be weak and white controls the square. So probably he losing some sort of what to do. What to do? Maybe g6. Now he must play probably g6, king f8, king g7. Get coordination between his rooks. I will not be surprised if he play king f8 now. I will not be surprised. But king h2, kicking away the bishop. Okay, this bishop is... Yeah, but g6 is more solid. Pawn on h5 will be protected, and yeah, knight... yeah, g6. Bravo, 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 Elham, bravo. So this is what named super protection or Nimzovich prophylaxis. Yeah, great. He read the Nimzovich book, My System, definitely. Good. Let's see Frode. Table 2. Yeah, exchange gone. Pawn structure, bishop's pair. Yeah, what we can say, black have compensation. Of course, we can go through the whole game, how it's happened. Catalan take. Okay, so black took the challenge or pick up the fight. Move the disappear, check, b5, take, take, take. Here, and the main piece gone. Yeah. Exchange sacrifice, but e5. Everything is played before. It's nothing new here, but new ideas. Okay, castle, bishop a5. An excellent idea from Catalan. Bishop getting control over the d8 square. And he simply says, okay, you want to attack my pawn on d file? Trade your bishop. And all the pawns also blocked. Very nice move. I really like it. So knight will be developed, queenie out. Probably best square for queenie, it's Botvinnik's queen's hold on f2. Then two rooks in the middle, and the d pawn start to go forward. And I will say that it's much more easier for white now to play, and look like that's Frode Ulkedal is knowing what he is doing. Really like this bishop a5, so keep in mind this idea. So you stop this rook d8, and only compensation here is bishop's pair and white square weaknesses. But after queen f2, it's no big deal. This pawn is cut off the knight, and bishop on c6 can be transferred only to d5 for blockade, but knight c3 will kick him out. I can put, if it will be gambling, I will put on white. Okay, table 3. Yeah, queenie realized that on h4 it's misplaced. But should white kick this queenie if it's misplayed? Okay, they save the bishop. Okay, dream standing, that's what we stopped last time. Bishop g7 and bishop transferred to the better square. I also think that's actually computer gives advantage for black, but I think that's white is doing rather good. Okay, computer-like material pawn, but I don't think that this pawn is decisive. So nice bishop on f5, control square, king safety, and still queenie. Should queenie go around f6, e7, c5, or somewhere? I think it's a good compensation for a pawn. Still game for 3 results. Okay, and Orgrita Jr., William Olson. He's rather good theoretician. He knows the theory. We can take from the beginning because it was Daniel's Dubov recommendation to sacrifice the pawn. That became extremely popular. I think that's Daniel given lots of creative ideas. Nice that's Magnus using him as a second, because great genius working together, it's extremely promising result. Okay, b3, take, take, bishop g5, everything is well known. a4. a4. It's maybe too early. Maybe to bring pieces and start pressure on the c file. Maybe rook c1 before, and okay, but a4. A little bit risky, but forcing, and knight to e4. Okay, then bishop f4 and knight come to d6. It's named squares. So bishop on b7 is totally locked. c5. Excellent decision. And as you see, with rook on c1, it will be not so powerful. So black open up the bishop, solve the problem with this backwards pawn on c6. Knight, white knight from e4 will not jump into c5 anymore. But okay, so what will happen now? Rook c1, bishop d5 probably. Should we c4? It's also like a threat. Should we? Probably we must take. We must take. We must take on c5. Yeah, it's computer recommendation actually. I just saw. Take on c5, knight take, and queen b1. Keep an eye on h7 in case of short castle and magic square attack. Okay, so here is a, yeah, you can say that's equal fight, but black still need to solve problems with bishop development and castling, putting the king into the safety. Okay, Khan Kuchuksari. Oh, looks very, very interesting here. As I said, bishop's pair, it's a very nice compensation for this corrupt pawn structure. But now it looks more like black doing okay. They just need to develop these two sleeping pieces. Black spending so much time. So much time. Okay, so if black managed, so b6 will not be recommended because it will be a weakness. So they must go slowly, maybe like bishop d7, but d6 square is weak. And bishop f3 is coming. So maybe a risky e5, but then d5 square is weakening. Yeah, it's more easier for white to play. Maybe rook d8. Rook d8. Try to trade this knight. Just then. Maybe knight c6, maybe also extreme exchange, making the pawn structure worse, but get the bishops into the game quickly. Yeah, computer actually recommend rook d8. Rook d8 and take on d4. Yes, this is a recommendation from computer. But as I said, maybe knight c6. Take, bishop here, bishop d7, rook h2, c8, bishop e8, and try to use the power of the bishop's pair. But okay, c-pawn is weak, but bishop's pair, it's a bishop's pair. I don't think that black is in a big risk. But okay, time is ticking, and it's almost half an hour advantage for Kuchuksari. And let's see this game. What changed here? We left after knight c3 and bishop e7, knight d5. Okay, so white spent quite a lot of time, so it's almost 20 minutes difference. So, but they try to consolidate and bring the knight into the center. Still, knight on a5. If black just castle, maybe take on e7, bishop g5. Should we take? Interesting. So white needs just to bring the sleeping bishop into the game. Rook to e1, rook to c or d1. So it's still knight on a5. It's neutralizing this bishop on b3. It's not good to take anything. Will c5 work? c5 and then take on. It's also an interesting idea. c5 and then take on d5, bishop f6, getting sort of Benoni pawn structure. And e5 is not coming. Very interesting. Let's see if black plays c5 now. What's up? Because d6 pawn will not be weak. We will be able to take it. We solve this retarded pawn problem, c5. If they take on f6, okay, bishop take on f6. Queen run away. So d6 pawn is weak. Maybe even go around. Or quick castle and start to take on b3, castle, and start to press the pawn on e4. It looks black is totally okay. It's totally okay. Computer recommend castling, but actually I don't like after castling. Will it be... Aha, it's pawn on e4 hanging. I thought that's knight take e7 check, queen take e7, and bishop to g5, making a pin. Is it a risky business? Okay, queen take e4, bishop take f6. Trade everything. And then pawn can take on c4. Black will gain a pawn. Okay, so queen... yeah, looks... Still, it's much... I think that Platon did extremely excellent surprise in the opening with knight a5. I will definitely ask how he come with such an idea, because he lives at my house. And yeah, interesting. Creative. Okay, and Shashi Kiran, rated #1 player. And yeah, we have this stone wall that is totally equal. We can go and check from the beginning quickly and briefly. g3, as I mentioned, c4, and knight c3, best queen c2 possible, or b3, bishop a3, trading the black square bishop. That's what done. Okay, now bishop f4, and why to lose a tempi is g6 will be weak for a knight. Take. Yeah, probably g6 square. Okay, bishop goes, knight. Okay, g6. Wow, g6. Why g6? Is it a threat? Probably threat was take on d5, and f5 pawn is still hanging. Okay, so maybe it's must, but then look at the bishop on e8. It's like a big pawn now. b4, take, and here. I think that black solve all the opening problems. Should take now. Okay, opening, but so black is absolutely have no problems, and I think that Shashi Kiran can be happy with his opening. And no risk. White got nothing out of it. Okay, so then it will be fight for the c file, and it's yeah, knight on h5 will come to life through g7, e8, and so on around. Okay, looks very drawish. And let's see Ilyas Mirin and Sicilian fight. So what's here? Black still holds a pawn. Okay, we can take few steps back where we left. Here was g5, d5, trying to equalize. Got the pawn, but they got this traffic lights and trade queens. No more attack towards the king f7, and f4. Bravo, Ilya. I think that we can say applause. He's not interested to take this pawn on e4 back. He is just aiming the king and using the pin. Rook take here and step to attack here, and rook f2 here. Okay, bishop protected, b3, nice. This was logical. Then knight will go away, probably on e4, putting more pressure, and bishop's pair will show the power. Computer still gives black 0-5, but I think it's because of extra pawn. But in my opinion, white have an excellent play here. This double pawn will not live long, and bishop's pair in professional hands, it equals queenie. So even king on f7 is a little bit windy and under pin and pressure. I think that's Smirin going for winning this game. He spent a lot of time. Probably he was calculating f4, the sharp edge move. But looks, if I will choose white, even against this computer evaluation. Okay, Marger Pettersson, back to the legend. And as we see, Black solves the problem with this extra piece, trying to play b5 now. White got control over the e4 square. They need only castle the king. Of course, it's not good takes on c5 because the black square bishop is the best piece for white, and it's well placed. Any endgame, it will be on white upper hand, because even if you take on e4, knight take bishop f5, you trade. White have a good bishop, black have a bad bishop. So, but will b4, I think that white need to castle as soon as they can. Probably bishop f5, it's like must played move. Or maybe bishop d7 and b5, try to attack on this, but looks a little bit risky. Looks a little bit risky because it's always need to be counted. Yeah, took. Secure. So no bishop there. So knight should take. And black try to find the chances in the endgame. So they will probably bring the bishop to d8 later on and say, okay, I have no weaknesses, and placed b6, a5, and it's it. And hold, because it's symmetric. Okay, but still it's more easier to play for white, and this opening surprise with knight d7 look like didn't work, because Margeir Peterson trade pawn structure and change it, and he got a well-known King's Indian position. Okay, Mikhail Krasinko should have an advantage now, I guess. No. It's look like a Chelyabinsk-Sveshnikov variation structure, and white controls the d5 square. Okay, we can see what we left. So it was, I think, knight on e2. Here, bishop d7. So f3, c6. Here we left the game. Knight e4. Take, and knight take d5. Okay, f5, center. And yeah, if you look at this position, knight on d5, so it's a dream in this Sveshnikov variation to get control over this square, but black got e5, f5. King probably will be transferred to h8 and start to use a g file for pressure. And should they bring the knight to c5, e6, d4? Or should they try to kick away this knight from d5? This is a thing. Maybe even the bishop position. Should bishop go to c6 or e6 and be trade? Computer gives advantage for white, actually, but let's see. I think it's both sides chances. Okay. Hope that's more experienced Mikhail Krasinkov win it and get his gold medal from Rilton Fund. He deserved it. That's what I can say. Okay, Tiger. He was facing some problems in opening after a4 surprise. And what we have, queen on f1, typical Tiger, very creative. But actually the first time I saw this idea from Lars Carlsen, one of the most famous grandmasters from Sweden. In Dragon, he moved his rook from f8 to c8, queen from a5 back to d8, and queen f8. Locking the possibility for exchange of the black square bishops, because he said that this is a dragon bishop and he should be alive. We see that yes, e3 before too slow for white here. Yeah, I think so. As I read the comment from the chat, I just saw it. I think it was Meshkov's game, was it? Or Nikita Mishkov, I think it was a game. Yeah, it's difficult to keep an eye because I don't have chat on my computer. I have only chess. And Yeah, well, okay, but I try to keep an eye just in case, so to answer your questions very, very quickly and briefly. Okay, yeah, rook d2. Look at that. Look at that. Sorry, bishop on c1. Oi, oi, oi. But white got center. Let's see. I think that Tiger got his dream. If you look in another hand, e5 shouldn't be played, or c5. It's look like a dragon ideas as a la Lars Carlson. And queen is there. It's doing good, controlling this diagonal. Knight on b4, as I said in the beginning, stands well but do nothing. But what to do with this bishop? Not easy to give some advice. Probably should be like h4, bishop, knight g5, and maybe even f4. But still, this bishop, he's not walking. Okay, rook a3 will come with a tempi. This looks actually logical. Rook a3, and bishop will walk from home. The most popular job during the pandemic time, walking on distance from the home. Very creative. I really love Tiger. He's getting such an ideas, and he always play for win. And both players spent quite a lot of time, 14 moves, and they have almost 45 minutes left, both. I think that black will face huge problems here, because rook a3 will come, kicking away the bishop. Then maybe even a3, g4, and rook will come to g3 to attack, transferring to the king side. And then, yeah, f4, rook f2. Excellent, excellent. Bravo, Tiger. I think he deserves applause. Okay, let's see next. Mr. Chibo, the young Danish. Yeah, it looks very drawish. And yeah, probably it will be draw. Nothing will happen here. King's Indian, solid defense, different color bishops, and everything is well known. So this bishop is just shooting his pawn. So bishop will come to d6, and how we say, no big fight. Yeah, it will be a draw. And Sicilian. Look at that. Black got the pony. This was really tricky. Okay, we stopped there when the bishop took and knight went on f5. Take, take, e4, queen e3, and here queen a5. Of course, black go to take this unprotected pawn. Castling, white don't care about this pony. And now bishop to c4, bringing all the toys to the party. Still, it's a huge compensation for a pawn. And yeah, rook c should be an exchange sacrifice later on. I don't think that it will work now. Maybe b5, rook c5, try to hold control, bishop e7, then castle. In the worst case scenario, pay back this extra pony and bring to the peaceful endgame. Yep. Computer gives advantage for white 1.3, but this because of uncastled black king and sleeping bishop on f8. It looks really that's white ready to the strike. But let's see. The young, I think he's from Singapore or Taipei player, or no, it's from States. He's from States. So the flag, yes, he's from America. So American players always playing for mate, aggressive. Let's see, young Mina, is it draw? Yeah, nice. You see, Nimzowicz, soak in Swedish. So not pushing e5 or c5, just waiting. And it can be really interesting. In March, I played a game in Italy. Almost the same pawn structure for black. And the guy took, he brought the rook to e5, took on d5, and I managed to win this Carlsbad structure for black. It was completely draw, but okay, I was like 300 points higher rated. and opponent was on his own. It was no preparation. He must play himself. So maybe that's what Yang Min exactly want, because he played against a lady, Indian women grandmaster, and endgame, maybe it's not the best part of her game. I don't know, because I never met this lady before, but sounds logical. So he will try to play her out in the endgame. So look like that she planning to play c4, and then d4 pawn will be weak forever. And this is from Nimzovich, my system. Bravo, young Mina. So he remember all the stuff he learned and using it. But okay, it looks drawish. Maybe for a women grandmaster not be a difficult task to play a draw. But white should be careful, actually. Here it's black have the hand to play for, because one wrong move, weak pony, and yeah, can be a problem. Difficult to stay, just dance with the queenie. Okay, next game, Sokolovsky as black. Hanging pawns structure we can take from the beginning, because I don't remember what we have. We'll just double check. So it was Binoni transformation, B pawn against E pawn. Okay, got it. E5, B4, take, rook E8, back home, A5, E4, take. Okay, maybe E4 was not necessary to do. And such situations, D4 pawn, it's weak. Should we play bishop B2, bishop C5, or rook B1 maybe first? And then bishop D2 to trade. But he was really afraid. Okay, white have a half open file B. Why to trade this D pawn on D4? This can be a weak pawn. So use the pressure. Bishop on G2 is doing well. So maybe a knight G5, knight E4 was more logical, because this pawn is not weak. It looks weak, but it's easy to be protected. Queen goes, even king F1 to protect it. It's like a dragon, a weak pawn on E7. That looks weak, but actually is well protected. Okay, E4, take, and passant, bishop take, here, and D4. Okay, so black is no problem, and now it will be slowly play out, because it's hanging pawns. It's, yeah, they have only one power, dynamic. Hanging pawn should be transferred to the criminal free passed pawn, isolated free passed pawn. And then it should be on the fifth line. But I think that black have better play here. And yeah, let's see. Opening strategy did work for Sokolovsky. Okay, we can jump to the next one. This game we didn't look at all. Number 16. Okay, let's see what's going on there from the very beginning. Somehow I jump over this game. Okay, D4, F5, Dutch again. Okay, bishop G5, H6, now G6. Very sharp line. Okay, gambits. No one playing gambits anymore. Okay, H6, back here, H4. Well-known computer analysis, Queen D3. Yeah. So white managed with E4, should be okay for white. Long castle here, Queen D2. Very interesting. Remove the guard. Take here. And take back. Now it's look like a French defense structure. So black should be okay. Black's really. So they tricked in the opening. Yep. You can say bravo. Bravo. Some tactical things. But black doing fine with bishop's pair. And yeah. Half open file C towards the white king. Yeah, probably black is doing good. So next one, Rakesh Kumar, that we didn't see as well. Let's see from the beginning. Sicilian. Okay. Dragon, bishop e3. You see, so bishop e3, bishop g5. So when Smirin played bishop g5, immediately he gained the tempo. I think that he got the opening battle. Okay, classical dragon, knight to b3, not recommended, but possible to play. And long castle, a5, a4, knight to b4. So black have no big problems here. But let's see, knight coming, and here, yeah, leaving the bishop under attack. So, and bishop c4. This move, I don't think it's something, because slowly it will not be attack on the queen side. So black should keep an eye. Maybe d5, no, bishop. Interesting. Bishop c4, because white bishop didn't move. So white gained a lot of time on it, and queen on d2, building a cannon, h4, h5, g4. So white have attack for free, and black have no counterplay. Just one pawn on a4. Let's see. So black, if they play dragon, so they should be ready to sacrifice. This will not lead. Without this bishop, difficult. Okay, let's see. b3, back home. And here, maybe rook c5 was an option. Maybe rook c5 was an interesting idea. Try to sacrifice an exchange on c5 and open up the dragon bishop on this long diagonal. Then this knight will be powerful on b4. In my opinion, if you play dragon, you should be ready to sacrifice this exchange. But rook c5, why not? Knight d7, bring all your pieces. Okay, you give an exchange. Then you have knight on b4, knight on c5. Look at this powerful bishop. And without this black square bishop, it's no chance to do mate. So black have a chance. Okay, easy to sacrifice someone's material, but okay. Dragon, it's such an opening. If you not sacrifice, you're in trouble. Okay, knight to b5. Yep, bishop coming, and now it's e5. As I said in the beginning, if white played e5, white is winning. Yeah, and evaluation proves that. Yeah, 1.7. Yep. So this is a typical things in Sicilian. Yeah, now it's all white pieces doing well, and knight on b4 is really, yep, bishop on e5. Very nice argument against. Yeah, black spent too much time, and probably they will lose. They will lose. Okay, Milton's game again. How you doing, Milton? Yep, looks good. We left here after, like, I think it's this moves. We left here. Rook e1, knight coming, g4. Very nice, tricky Philidor defense. e5 here, so f63, back home to take, queen take. So we stopped, knight to d2, and we have the situation. I think it's much more easier for black to play. The thing that knight from g5 will be transferred soon. Rook goes to e8. Maybe even no needs. Maybe knight c5 also looks good. Keep an eye on a4 pawn, and rook protecting the pawn on a5 for a while, and bishop will go around. Bishop e8, bishop g6. Get control over f5, h5 squares. Knight come to g5. Yeah, so it's much more easier to play for black. But let's see if it's a threat. Knight h5 directly. Should black play g6? Is it obligatory? Is it? Maybe rook e8, make a pin, but queen on e1 is not well placed, so why to kick you out? She can stay there, really. It's don't know what to do, put pieces on better squares. So the bishop on d7, knight on a6. So this is two pieces that we have a question where to place them. Let's see, knight c5 looks good for me. And knight h5, we just step back to f7. Okay, the knight will not go to g5, but we can play bishop e7 later on. And knight can come to g3, bishop e8, bishop g6. Yeah, looks that Milton know what to do, so probably he will play out his opponent here. Yeah, rook e8 looks okay, but I will not do it. It's just more schablon move, And look, evaluation immediately. Yeah, good for black. No, not anymore. 0-3 for white. And if I remember correct, it was minus 0-2 for black. Yeah, schablon move. Because queen on e1 was not well placed. Let it stay there. Okay, but this is take years to understand which piece is placed well and which one is misplaced. Let's see Nordmund Mezis, another legendary Latvian grandmaster. He is playing creative chess as well, expert in English opening. And Paulsen, he is black. Okay, underrated Indian player. So Jabava London. Oi, oi, oi. G4. Popular lines, but G4, come on. So Chessable movies, videos, YouTube. Okay, knight e4, take, here, take. So queen c8, and what now? It's a funny situation. So black have no development, white have no development, but black took the pawn, and evaluations given its advantage for white, and computers suggest d5. Just to open the d file. Wow. d5 and gain a queenie. I think it will be a lot of compensation for this queenie, but maybe no castling. Look, d5. It's really, wow. d5, bishop take d5, c4, take on h4, move in between, just attacking. Queen f4, g5. I'm reading computer analyze. And interesting. It's a surprise. So it looks like that Nordmund Mezis got by surprise from the YouTube video. So it's given a result. Chessable is best. Okay, let's see table 1. What we have here. Yeah, the bishop got trade. King went to f8. Bravo, Elham. He's doing well. Computer don't like his position, but it's no weaknesses. I think it's absolutely no problem for black. No problem for black. But the time, 29 minutes. Oi, oi, oi. Mr. Abdrolf, you must play faster. You are a very famous bullet player. I know you can play quick. And difficult to see the winning ways, but okay. Black have no weaknesses. It's easy peasy to play. Okay, so probably it will be a draw. Even the evaluation is +1. So we can go a few steps back just to see how they got this position. So bishop h3, as I said, it was a little bit too early. No attack, so you should just give this knight g5. Nice move. Okay, using that discovery attack on d5, and bishop walking from home again. So knight on g5, it's a good piece now. Okay, but knight came to f5 here. Queen, king f8, excellent. Both sides maneuvers, bringing pieces, and back home. And yeah, g4. Wow, it sounds like a risky, This is a risky business because white going for attack and their king plays just towards the rook on g8. And this was the last move he played. Maybe he tried to use the time advantage, half an hour extra. Let's see if we simply take on g4. What's up? We gain a pawn. Do we? I can't see any tricky tactics. We take on g4. So what's up? Okay, they take on f5. We gain a pawn. Will it be a little bit tricky? Okay, h take g4, bishop take f5, move in between. We take on f5, take, but we can take on g5 as well in between. Start to be a little bit tricky. I think it's white too early. In such positions that we can recommend do massage. White have no risk. Why not to bring king even to b2 or a2? Bring the king to a2 and then do the same thing. But actually the black king will also run to a8. But anyway, it looks that's too early to start this operation, and the king on the g2. Still okay, so I think that's now Elham got some chances because he's really good in this sharp position, and he's quickly very quick calculator. He can calculate variation extremely quick. Very talented young guy, very talented. Okay, Mr. Frode Urkedal, still exchange up, simplify the position. Okay, we can go back for like move f3 somewhere here, and we stopped at bishop a5. Take castle, bishop a5. Here we stopped. So what happened after that? h6. So knight d5, the best blockade. Okay, logically. Exchange immediately. Try to f4, provocation. Yeah, but probably he must. Bishop f6 here. So here, take. To give away the white color bishop, I think it was really interesting. Okay, knight can. Okay, white squares is not so easy to use, but okay, take, and now good bishop aiming d4 and b4. Okay, this is the reason. The rook is hanging on e4 by x-ray, and little bit tricky tactics. So this was actually an interesting idea to take. Maybe Frode missed that. He definitely missed that move. Okay, b4 looks good. So black got a chance and they strike. Open file, queenie protect, a3, nice. Okay, behind the free passed pawn. And yeah, knight on g5. Is this knight worth a rook? It's a good question. How to improve? What are the threats? Queen placed well on b8, keep an eye on the 8th rank. And yeah, so should it be king h7, g6, bishop g7, kicking away this rook? Or should we transfer the bishop somewhere? Black definitely need to keep the knight on d5. Maybe king h7 or h5 also? Is it difficult? Okay, it's look like that's white spending so much time. So Frode trying to strike. But how he can improve? Should he transfer all his pieces to the c file? His king can be in trouble. So c pawn. talked about bishop on c5. Okay, if he, bishop b4, is it possible bishop b4? Bishop b4 with idea to play bishop c5 and closes c file, and then c4 pawn will be weak. So provoke with c3 and sacrifice back exchange? No, probably not. But yeah, to sacrifice exchange and get an extra pawn. Yes, this is a good idea. Let's see, guys. Bishop b4 looks very good. If he take, it's exchange up, probably losing for black. If he not take, bishop c5, and then idea attack the c pawn, rook c1, whatever, and after c3, sacrifice on c3. So it will be pawn up, then again control over the e file, play the bishop on e5 or start to push d pawn. Probably an king on g1 is not insane, but I think its only chance for white to win is just to sacrifice the exchange back and get the extra pawn, because this knight on d5, it's a monster, it's a blockade horse. Blockading knight. Okay, so here I think that white probably is better here, but bishop b4, what computer said? Computer said, yeah, bishop b4, it's computer's move, yeah. Bishop, yeah, wow. Okay, good, good. Always feel good if you find the first line moves. Okay, we take the game number 3. See what we have here. It's queenie transfer to f6, yes. So from h4 to f6, you see, and black is still the pawn up. It's start to be consolidating for the black pieces. Then thank you. Very nice, Vladimir. Good energy. Yeah, thanks. Still young and still enjoying playing chess, and yeah, it's always pleasure to share the knowledge. Okay, but as I said, that probably bishop f2 was not the right choice, because queen on h4 was out of play. Okay, here is look like that black is a grandmaster, and he is more experienced, and it will be proved that pawn, it's a pawn. Okay, back to the Orgrita Junior. Wow, look, I saw immediately computer evaluation plus 4.2. So white is in trouble. So black saves the pawn. Let's see what happened after c5. As I said, that a4, it was a very risky move. a4. You should not start attack at the side where your opponent is better. But let's see here. So bishop g5, everything is well known. a4 here, I think that this is not, oh yeah, a4, I don't like it. So computer gave 0.5 for white. Take, so, and c5. So rook c1, okay, bishop d5, queen c. I think that's probably he should take on c5. You cannot wait, and you must take on c5. Okay, so now bishop got a nice square. Queenie built a battery, or cannon, how I say to my students, and got a nice square behind the free passed pawn. Okay, very nice. Look, wrong rook, the typical mistake. Which rook should go? Wrong rook, realized, changed. But look, plus 4.2. Wow, it's a great chance for William to make his international master norm. I think if he wins, it should be enough points, because he got some scalps from grandmasters. But strange. It was nothing new, a well-known variation. If you sacrifice an opponent as white, okay, it's a risky business, but it shows that William really up to date. Bravo, Ari, congratulations. You have a great student, and you are a great coach. Ari Ziegler is what I mean. Okay, so now it's pawn, it's a pawn. Should probably take on c5 and hope for a bishop's pair. At king is Okay, let's see. Mr. Kuchukshari. Rook d8 were played, still no development, and white is pressing. Dreams tendon to open files. Yep. Okay, it's look like that's Khan can take the win today. Really, so if you have played 15 moves, 16 minutes left on the clocks, and still not develop the flank, yeah, I think the black is gone. Black is gone. Okay, and Platon against Eric. Yep, transferred to the Benoni, and black is excellent. Wow. Wow. Look, the transformation from one opening to another one. This is a modern chess is about. Okay, we stopped on knight d5 here. Let's see. And I said that c5 is the best option. Bravo, Platon. Bravo. Here, take, yes, and Benoni at the table with b5 and all the stuff. Yeah, bishop's pair. Maybe it was a good idea to put, it was no time to place bishop to f6, get a tempi. But okay, here is, and bishop c3. Okay, we are a little bit too slow, but okay. And then queen b5 will end the game. Yeah, whatever computer gives like equal, but I think that black got a huge psychological and positional advantage, even if it's 0-0. Because first of all, Eric is more e4 player, and Benoni it's a d4. Pawn on d5 weak, black have bishop's pair, and open e-file. Okay, I can say only, okay, go Platon, go. You need it and you deserve it. Sorry for Eric, 2 times Swedish champion, but he was trapped in the opening. Wow, really by surprise. So it'd be nice to talk to Platon how he came with such an idea. Psychological and novelty. But look, ends up at Benoni. Yeah. Okay, I think that on time, yes, Eric is 20 minutes behind. I think that Platon will not skip the point today, and it will not be a present. He really deserves it. Gadina, or the chess player's god, Kaisa, see everything. And of course, if you lose in somewhere, you must get it back. Okay, let's see if it will be today. Mr. Shashikiran, first table. Excellent again. Look, the knight going to the blockade, so it's an old school. 4 pawns in the middle, but knight on e6 is a great piece. g5 will come later on. The bishop will come. I think that white will not make this Carlsbad structure or minority attack. It's complicated. The thing is, knight e6, it's only moves that black need to play. Actually, computer gives evaluation for white, but I will not agree. Probably it's no risk at all. In the worst case scenario, black always can play b5 to stop this minority attack. Bishop's protected, and it's no way that white will make a breakthrough. But black have a dynamic plan with g5, maybe too early, but sooner or later, bishop will come. Maybe the dream to place him on e4. And queen a5. Okay. The thing is that black should not trade the queens. Just keep queens and play. Even 1.5. It looks huge advantage for white according to computer. It's white to move and it's b5. b5 directly. Okay, I was too slow to see who is to move. So it's white to move. Okay, difficult to have this kaleidoscope with chess diagrams. Okay, if white will play b5, then will this minority attack work. Impossible take on b5 hanging on d5. So then it's created this backwards pawn, typical Carlsbad, and yep. With knight on the board, black will be in trouble. Okay, okay. So authority number 1, Krishan Shashikiran. Okay, let's see Ilyas Mirin, how he doing. So far, knight is still on d4. Where we stopped here, f4, it was this brave move. Just show it again. Check. Yeah, f4. I go for win, saying Smirin. Okay, and passant, take, trade, no. So no. Here b3, excellent prophylaxis. a6, a4, of course, and now a3. Look at that. Prophylaxis, if you don't know what to do, put pieces on better square. Knight on c3 is needed to stop b5 at that situation, because bishop d3 is not possible. Knight take b3. No pleasure to go back to f1, because c2 pawn is weak. It's a typical Sicilian problem. And h3, just preparing fire exit for the king. Step back with the bishop in just in case, and say for black, okay, what you will do? Rook c5. Okay, typical Sicilian defense move. Rook protect everything from the fifth line. And Ilya is thinking, okay, he's 15 minutes behind. What is to think about? Knight e4, not possible. So he should a5. Wow. Wow. So it's not working to take on a5, bishop c7, fork. Look, getting a nice square, just using a misplaced rook c5. But this is a good move, rook c5. Typical Sicilian, protecting from the fifth rank. Bravo, Ilya, a5. It looks like he is playing on the both sides, and he is king side a3. The guy, be blind, don't see what I'm doing. a5, both sides. Yeah, he got the game. He got the game. So actually, it's not easy, because psychologically you pawn down. So it's really very well explained as named in balance. In balance. So when you sacrifice something for initiative, and you don't know the right evaluation. Pawn, it's a pawn. Endgame, I'm pawn up. Okay, should I play for win? Or should I play for just defense or whatever? But look, rook f5, it's a recommendation from... No, knight h5. Wait a sec. Computer finds something. Knight h5. And it gives 1.7. Wow. Knight h5. So king h. So the bishop will be gone. And oi, oi, oi. Very interesting. But knight h5 is not difficult move to find it. Bishop a2, knight f4. Because c2 pawn is hanging, and it's knight on c3 hanging with a discovery attack. h3, a5. Let's see. Let's see. But a5, it's a very nice psychological attempt. So I given you a pawn, and I'm using your rooks that are misplaced. Let's see what will be played. Or we can come back. Okay, we will see for Margeir Pettersson, and come back to Ilya Smirin. So it's a typical King's Indian, and see what's up. Yep. White still have the great knight on e4, old school. They start attack on the queen side. Everything that's happened according to the plan. h5 played to stop g4, and black still have this bad bishop, black square bishop that is not best piece. Knight and bishop f5, knight e4, bishop f5 equal, but white bishop is better. Queen on a4 is blocking everything to attack and aiming the a2 pawn, but I don't think it's a right job for a queenie to be a blocking piece. Okay, I still, if it will be gambling, as I said before, I will put on Margeir Pettersson, because he knows this type of position, and it's just a schablon play. It's nothing new. Mikhail Botvinnik has this knight on e4 for huge profit. Okay, let's see Mikhail Krasenkov. Okay, now position is equal. Advantage in time is huge, and probably Mikhail will collect the point. Yeah, we stopped on f3, I think, f3, c6. He created dynamics, then it was exchange. Knight went to d5, is a plus for white. Bishop h6, I'm not sure about this move, because rook will move there anyway, so develop is a tempi. Maybe bishop e3 was more secure. And still queen e2 and think about g4. Petrosyan's idea with the pawn sacrifice and then get an e4 control square for his pieces. I think it was Petrosyan Rogozin first time he used this. And then it was another game, Petrosyan Spassky, with an excellent queen sacrifice on h8. Classics. So as I said, I recommend always to my students to learn classics. If you know classical games, you can simply recognize position and you using this pattern to gain a huge advantage. Okay, rook f7, f4. Yep, that's normal. This pawn's not so dangerous and it will be blockade from another side. Trade. Okay, and now the same thing. White have a bishop's pair, but d5 pawn is weak and knight coming to c5. Yeah, now it's black's advantage, and I don't think that Mikhail will skip this advantage. And look at the bishop on h6. White will be pressed to take on e5 just to escape with the bishop. Center, blockade, nice knight. I think it's a question of... Yeah, actually now computers give 0, 0, 0, but it's much more easy to play for black. It's like feelings. Okay, Tiger got a draw. Unbelievable what's happened. Because he was playing so creative and opponent got sort of advantage after a4. Okay, but why draw? If you choose the novelty or you choose some creative idea, try. Yeah, queen f1 that we saw here. Okay, so rook e2. Okay, they got this 3 times repetition. He cannot. Okay. So rook. See, otherwise rook a3, bishops going away. Okay, he was trapped by 3 times repetition, and opponent didn't take a chance. He said, okay, I am happy with the draw. Mr. Chibo probably draw as well. Looks very drawish. But now they got dynamic. Let's see what's here. This is what we saw. So knight c3, f5, e4. Yeah, knight d4, great. King's Indian Dream. And trying to get this hanging pawns and f4 later on. I think that's knight should take. You should take with a knight on f5 and play for blockade now. Just with the iron hand. Knight take f5, bishop d6, and back knight to d4. So this is only... Oh, no. No chance. Oi. f4 now. What you do? f4. f5 pawn is weak. Knight is hanging. And it's... yeah. It will be difficult. So the knight have no square, and with such weak pawns, no. I think Chiba will play out his opponent in time trouble. Okay. Kaido Kulots. Pawn or initiative? We left there when it was rook c8, I think, or castling. Long castle. This was done. Yep. He took the pawn, bishop c4. Here, bishop rook d4. This is very creative. Look, he put in pressure, and this is probably look like a greedy move. He want to get his pawn back and be very secure. Rook d4. Nice. Sacrificing an exchange and making great improvement. Black is winning. What a game. Yeah, this is an experience. It can be a very nice example. Look one more time what Kaido did. This is an experience. Okay, the white sacrifice a pawn. If you're greedy and you want to have your material back, don't sacrifice. Then you spend your all attention how to get this pawn back in return. And, okay, rook c8. Rook, why not to go back? Bishop b3, secure. d5 is not possible. Maybe should be played, but then it's bishop c5 is a temper, but pawn on e4 will be weak. What was a problem? Knight g4 is not a threat. Take on e4. All the troubles is still on the board for black. Yeah, it's a typical exchange, but rook d4. Difficult to explain how you can come with such an idea, because you immediately see bishop c5. This rook on d4 is totally misplaced. You attack the pawn on e4. Okay. Then take it. Take the pawn. Why not? Knight take e4. You go for a pawn, take the pawn. Very strange decision. Really very strange. And actually computer says that after knight take e4, I just check in the comments, evaluation, castling, rook hd1, so white is 0.8 plus. Yeah. Normally what I say to my students, if you say A, say B. Idea with rook g4 was attacking the e4 pawn, then take it. You cannot change the plan in the air. And of course, boom, immediately. Now it's bishop and the pawn, strong center, and it's almost over. Just to find the right square for the queen. Anywhere, it will be okay. Even d7. d7. Rook runs. Castle or g6 to keep a bishop on this diagonal. And yeah. Is it possible to take on g4? Just for fun. If you go for greedy, probably not. So no. Rook c7, go in the feats, and rook d1 later on, and queen out. No. Queen e6, actually, it's a computer recommendation to push the pawn, but I don't want to play d4 because I'm locking my bishop. Okay, I think that black will win. Okay, we can go forward. And how is young Mina doing? Is it the enemy? Draw. And where it's happened? It's happened in this rook endgame. Well, he played a little bit. The girl was smart and didn't play c4. Okay. Oh no, she did. And now just b5, correct, make an isolated pawn. Okay, and now take, c5, take, d5, and this is a draw. Yeah, this is easy draw, trade. Okay. So it was not a chance for some game, but Yang Min got a chance after c4. Just take it easy. Yeah, draw. Okay, it's more things to learn. But maybe he was disappointed with no chance for Grandmaster norm. So he just finished up the tournament. So here we have same situation, and white did this hanging pawns move forward. That actually is not recommended, because black should press the hanging pawns to move, because if you look now at these hanging pawns, they control b5, c5, d5, e5 squares. After moving the pawn forward, another one, it's becoming the backwards pawn or a new weakness here. So d5 square for a knight. Okay, is it a special threat like a3 to catch the bishop? Don't think so. Yeah, now it's easy. Bishop on e3 is weak. Knight will go to d5. Black will play b5 and 2 against 1. It will be c6, bishops go around, and yeah, black should not have any problems. c5, oi, without any idea. But this is what we say classical, international master. Hanging pawns should stay together. Aaron Nimzovich, My System. Probably he missed this book in the junior time. Okay. Let's see Hampus. How Hampus is doing. Yeah. Also, King's Indian structure, bayonets attack. Probably it was like that. But let's see. It was Nimzovich, yeah. But it's trade to King's Indian. And this was an idea with Queen e7. King's Indian, but without bad bishop. Okay, e5, back. Provoking and taking the square, nice. But bishop on h7, ay. It's not the piece that I like. Okay, a5, good. Knight coming, and a4. Okay, now the structure is fixed, and I like to be bishop on e8 actually, or d7. Black bishops belong to e8. Protecting a4, and what he's doing on h7, not letting the king run. So, before, okay, take. And why? So, a5 will come sooner or later. Of course, it will come. And what to do? g5, bishop f2, and white have advantage. Only weaknesses. And look at this bishop on h7. Oh, sorry, bishop, you under arrest. I put you there myself. Yeah, probably Bent now will be really saying, oi, what I'm doing. I like to have my bishop on e8 and attacking this pawn on a4. Actually, here it's probably rook a5 and sacrifice an exchange and get the knight on a5, c5 and bring the bishop into the life. So will be only options, because even after g5, you will not have the center. Yeah, look like that Hampus will get the wind, and probably he have a good chances here. Mezies, it was a d5 trick. Ooh, look at this king. Wow. Wow. I think we must look at the very beginning. This is a game. Okay, d4. Jabava London, as I said in the beginning. a6, okay, g4. Very famous line now, even for black. d5, e6, g5. I played this against Grandmaster Galupka. He played as black. d5, e6, g5. I was surprised. But okay, I played on Lichess, and of course I saw it. It was not a surprise. Okay, castle here. So, and where this critical moment? Bishop c7. Move in between. Here, d5, bam, bam, done. Take, in this order, okay, take. Because if I remember correct, it was bishop take d5, c4, and then take on h4, and then d5. It was a variation from before. But okay, let's see what is the difference. The difference now is that the bishop is hanging, okay, and white got the... Oh! Move in between again. Mate on a magic square, f7. Wow. Wow, this is a smashing move. So, yeah. Normans definitely missed that. He stepped back. Check. But let's see what's going on. What's going on? 3-3. Aha, it was not a piece sacrifice. It was a pawn on h4 taken. But wait, it was a rook. It was a rook. Black took the rook. So it's a rook sacrifice. it can be one of the beauties in this tournament. Rook sacrifice, check, and all white pieces come in to hunt the king. Check, baby rule, check, check, maybe mate. And according to computer, white is winning. White is winning because the second bishop from f1 will come with decisive attack. Oi, oi, oi. And look, these pieces are totally under arrest. Rook on a8. Yeah, I should give a tips to organizers. It's a really beautiful game. And of course, Norbos, oi, 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 18 minutes. He spent so much time. Unbelievable. I don't think that this guy that's playing white found it during the game. Definitely it was a YouTube preparation with a trap. But d5 and so. Yep, good preparation. It's half of the thing. Rook f6, bishop d6, according to computer. Yep, yep. Okay. Will be interesting to see. I want to see now Platon, how he's doing. How he's doing. Okay, we can take step by step from the beginning. Table 1. And black is winning. Bravo, Elham. Bravo. Of course, to play g4. Here we stopped g4. It's given. So it's a clear provocation. Bravo, Elham. He provoked for activity, but with such terrible position for a king. And you gain the piece. No, you gain the pawn. Okay, here, and a nice tactic. Here is a pin. You see, take on f5. You take on f5, and it's hanging on g5. Rook g4 and take on g5. And king is in trouble. Run, take the piece, and black is pawn up so far. And another surprise, f6. And suddenly coming dynamic. Look at that. King on f4 will get mated. King will get mated. Wow. f6. Strategical, dynamic move. Applause for Elham as well. He was waiting his time and he got it. Here, computer says it's check on c7 to make the rook pinned. It's never wrong to make a pin piece. So the king will be trapped. And you always can gain exchange. But let's see what he found. Take and check now. No. Equal. Oi, oi, oi. And now it's check. Bravo. Also rook sacrifice, but it's a line mate. What happened if he take on h4? Can you see mate? Rook h8. King g5 and queen h7. No, it's not mate. Queen g3. Yes, queen g3 finished up the game. So when it's no escape from rook. Wait, it's g6 hanging. I can't see mate. Not yet. Let's see. No one is writing in the chat. Where is the mate? If he takes the rook. Oh, it's simple g5. Yeah, okay. Yeah, g5 and gain a queen. So, Petrosian asks the question for juniors at the training camp. What will you do? Gain a queen or going for the mating attack? And everyone answered, we going for the mating attack. Wrong, said Petrosian. Mate maybe not exist, but you gain a queen and you win the game. Yeah, g5. Simply winning the queenie. Yep. Okay. And rook e5, g5. 6 minutes for Elham, 54 minutes for his opponent. But position is totally... Look at the king on g3. The guy start attack, but he was not ready for it. Yep. So what will be the next move? Knight d7, good enough. Knight d7. Exchange up. Pawn on f6 will be protecting the black king. Good job, pony. And h-file, double trouble. Yep. So white will not live long. But let's see, 34 moves. So he needs 6 moves in 6 minutes. No big deal. So for Elham, it's a bullet expert. No big deal. Okay, table 2. Frode Urkedal. More plus, more plus. He succeeds to trade the rooks. Less pieces, less enemies. And now he is leading just with exchange. And knight on d5 is still alive. But bishop b4, it was not played. Let's see. Let's see what happened. Here g6, rook. He just simply, wait, here. He played queen to e2 to trade the rooks. Okay, trade the rooks. Eliminate some pieces and centralization, domination. So queenie got control over this. Long diagonal, right plan. And c4 pawn, not moving. Knight on d5 in trouble. And let's see, queen b7 probably it's an option, but then rook b1 and bishop go backwards. Yeah, white should win. It was no doubts, but time. Table 3. Table 3. Lots of changes. Where we went there? Here, bishop g3. Okay, black. Yeah, but we next queen home, h6, trade. Yeah, he trade. Take in between. Take on f3. No? Can't he take on f3 in between? Nope. It's hanging on d7. Okay, take back here. A little bit of tricky tactics. And now take on g5. Will this work or is it risky? It looks a little bit risky, but white is still back in business. And with 17 minutes for black, queen take d5 probably. What will happen? And then queen d2 trade, but yeah, it's probably draw. Rook go to the 7 heaven and it's a draw. Okay, I think that's black should go for it. So black should take on g5 and go for a draw. Trade queens and rook e8. Same thing, Shablon. Knight and queenie, it's better as bishop and queenie, but look at the black king. He's not well protected. Okay, let's see the junior, William Olson. Okay, white winning. Oi. How that happened? How that happened? Queen e3, it was there. Okay, take. Queen take. Wow. Look at this tricky tactic. Look at this tricky tactic. The clue is the fork. Check and take. Now is no coordination between pieces. Bravo, Nikita. So what should I say? Bravo. He managed to turn over the board. Check. Okay, so now it's just a question of technique. Bishop is more stronger as a knight because pawns on the different sides and rooks helping to create attack. Bishop a3. Yeah, coming and start to hunt the weaknesses. So now the second pawn will fall sooner or later. Knight c6 is a threat. Okay, but what to do? Is it bishop d6? No, check. Should be, yeah, bishop d6 looks good as well. Maybe keep the bishop on a3. No checks. Just move the rook somewhere and take the pawn. Yeah, it's a question of time. So white should win. Here is a clear advantage. Okay. Kuchuksari. Black lost the pawn, and same story. Weak king, weak pawn, bishop and rook against knight and rook. Yeah. Khan will win, and Platon. Same position, a4. Okay, a5. Try to fix a weakness on a6, not allowing queen b5. Actually, it's not much happened here. I think we was there. Bishop c3. Few moves done. Bishop f8, a4, queen f5. Now the e4 square. Double in. Okay, and time is equal. Rook e4. So 20 moves, 20 minutes left for both. So this game can finish up in the time trouble. And yeah. What is... Rook e4 probably should be played. Maybe h5, not sure. Yeah, but why not? Rook e4. And double, get control, trade. d5 is still weak. Rook cannot go away. Bishop should be placed on b7. Keep an eye on d5. And only thing that I'm thinking, f6, g5, h5 to kick away the knight. Is it a good idea, or is it too risky to open up the king? But with time trouble, maybe it will work. With control over the e-file and potentially dangerous piece on b7, aiming the king on g2. Yeah, I think Platon will win, but he is thinking now that time is equal. Okay. Shashi Kiran. Knight on e6, blockade. So typical Carlsbad structure. Weakness. So white is present and white have a chance. Got control b file. Yep. Then a7 should be weak. Go around with another rook. Yeah, it's a typical Carlsbad structure, and Shashi Kiran is in trouble. So he have no counterplay on king side. g5 is not an option now. Yeah, he must wait with it. And white simply play rook c1, rook c3, rook a3, start to get trouble, rook a8. Yeah, control. So c5 is not coming, d5 is hanging. Yep. Technical position, black is in trouble. So rated number 1, Shashi Kiran Krishan is in trouble. And Ilyas Mirin, what we have here. Yeah, black found it. It looked like that black found this knight h5. Yes. Black found knight h5. Okay. And bishop h2, knight a4, knight e4, take c3. Not easy for Ilya. He missed this knight h5 option. He really missed it. Yeah, b5. If somebody attacks you, attack in return. Must take on f4. Take. It's a trouble, but let's see. Rook on a5 and rook on d8. Can it be a counter chance? Yeah. Computer evaluation minus 1.9. So black is actually winning. 2 pawns. Yep. Definitely. So Ilya played really creative, but this pawn, it's a pawn. a5, it was rather optimistic. It was too quick with this move. Maybe I should step back with a bishop to h2 to protect. Or maybe king to h2 to protect. Yeah, pity. And it's 13 moves before time control and extra half an hour. Okay, Margaret Peterson. Lots of changes here, but not with a knight on e4. You see, so black lost a pawn and look like they will be fighting for a draw. So we left here queen a4. So let's see what's happening. Queen a4, rook h5, rook b1, rook f7, perspective defense on c7, and maybe doubling rook on f-file. Trade queens. Maybe it was not necessary, but okay, white is better, so white is just pressing. So why not to trade the queen? Anytime the pawn structure is good for white, c5 is nice counter argument. Attack, it's named triangle attack. Then you open up the file or put the stick in the shoe. Take, 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 take. Okay, what will happen? Should they take now? Maybe they must take on e4 now and play bishop f8 and then gain a pawn, but okay, this is like holdable. I don't think it will be holdable, because king will go to b1, protect the pawn, bishop is still good. Yeah, he goes for it, but not easy. Okay, so now it's a game for two results, white wins or a draw. Bravo, Margaret, bravo. And Mikhail Krasenko probably almost winning. Is it? Yeah, still advantage. So what happened here? King take d2. It was the last. So take, take, knight c5. g4. Very nice counter chance in time trouble. Really, two bishops need a space, an opening for diagonals. So take, and here, and king safety, check, and next move will be take on b2. So f5 pawn is weak. Yeah, black is a technical position. So knight is excellent, bishop is great, king in safety on h8, and yeah, b2 is falling. Not easy even to find a square for a king. Where to go? Okay, will be taken immediately, or nothing wrong, just take a pawn. Pawn, it's a pawn. Yeah, but take, rook e1, check, and see, it's nice to hold the bishop as a blockade and knight on e4. Okay, check from here. Not letting rook e1. Okay, another check. Okay. But knight d3, so he gained it back, and d6 will be traced to d5, and it will be better pawn structure, and bad king suddenly, the white king became a bad piece. Excellent endgame attack towards the king. Bravo, Mikhail, bravo. Okay, let's see back at the top what we have. Elham is probably winning, but he didn't manage to hold this pony. So, okay, but it will be just taken one by one. So, who is to move? White to move. He have 4 minutes and 2 moves. b6, just close to the clocks. If you have little time, make moves close to the clocks. Okay. Yeah, technical question. And pin is the pin. But is this need some careful decisions? Well, some chances. But okay, so black should not be in hurry to take this rook. The threat is always more dangerous as done or execute. Okay, but I think that it will be a pure leader. And if he have white tomorrow, he can make safe draw and be the winner. Bravo, Elham. But I don't want to say he won today. Excellent defense. All the moves we got, he played by him. And then white just made early g4 attack. So psychological trick went well. So I let my opponent to play for win. He get more space, better position, and suddenly, boom, little bit of tricky tactics, pin, and he got the winning position. Okay, and Frode, it looks like it will be Norwegian final tomorrow. He bring in the bishop. Okay, now the knight have no chance for survival. The magic square f7 in trouble. Yeah, Frode is winning. Excellent. And look at this queen on e4. It's a real domination. So we got a question. Oh, thank you. Thank you for nice compliments. Always pleasure to walk, and I'm really enjoying what I'm doing. Okay, so table 3. I even say that it was no break yet, and walking for almost 3 hours. Probably I need one. What do you say, guys? Coffee pause? Haha. Or we keep walking. Okay, queen e5. Yeah, it looks very drawish. So now black realize that they need to trade, and okay, good knight against bad bishop, but too little of the equipment on the board, and it will be a draw. Okay, so why didn't you use chances? Actually, this pawn sacrifice was rather promising, and Mr. Meshkov is winning. Yeah, look like he will be the winner chicken dinner. A5 pawn is falling. Okay, 7 heaven. Yeah, it's a technical question, so he's not in a hurry. Yeah, so what we can say to William: well prepared, get an advantage, sacrifice back, and suddenly what happened? You missed a tricky tactic. Fork on d6, queen sacrifice. Yep, and bravo, Nikita. So this game, I think it's clear. Kuchukshari is definitely going to win. His pawn up, better time, and he have a very good endgame technique. Okay, and Platon. Still fight going on. Platon just increased his advantage. Yes, he doubled on the e-file. Everything was correct. Was it rook e4, just to be sure that we got the right moves? Yep, rook to e4. He did. Kick the queenie, protect back. Excellent. Rook d2 and double. Here, rook a d1. So 17 minutes against 12 minutes and 17 moves to be done. Okay, but evaluation shows now 1.7. And computer says bishop c8 was an option. Just if you don't know what to do, put your pieces on better squares. But I thought that the bishop belonged to b7. He must keep an eye on this pawn, because b2 is not a weakness. So white have e line. So something should be done with bishop on f8. Just find a square for this bishop, and it's it. Done. I'm even thinking maybe g6, h5, bishop h6, bishop f4, and bishop e5 can be played, or h5, g5, or f6, maybe just for safety reason, bishop h6 and g4, kicking away the main active piece, this Jose on f3, and then go in the feeds rook e2 and arrivederci. f2 is hanging and it's done. But okay, it's no hurry. It's still 16 minutes, 1 minute per move, and it's an increment for 30 seconds, but okay. What played? Still thinking. Queen h4 recommendation from computer. Interesting move. It's computer move because I will never make it, because what I'm thinking, just bring g6 and activate the bishop from f8. Bring this sleeping piece into the fight. So you must have all your toys into the party. And I'm thinking this knight on f3 should be kicked away, but in some safety moment. Let's see how it can be. Maybe actually bishop c8 looks interesting, because we can play the bishop on f5 later on. But a6 pawn, who will take care about this pony? No, I think that he should be there. Bishop belong to b7. And yeah, start attack against the king. Okay, Shashikiran in trouble. It's what he was. Ah, he managed c5. Oh, so he solved the problem. As a kid, I was told by my coach, every time you have this Carlsbad structure, you must keep an eye on c5. Anytime it's happened, black will equalize the game. c5 happened. So, okay, good for Shashikiran. Yeah, and one more proof that Carlsbad c5, it's actual. Looks, should be probably a draw, but black is back in business. The weak pawn, retarded pawn, or backwards pawn on c6 now is active and attacking the center. And look, black didn't play g5 yet. But after exchange, for example, if they exchange the pawns, so f4 is weak and d4 is weak. These two pawns have no base that's protected. So this was a very nice square. But after c5, it's everything changed. Bravo, bravo, Krishan. So what next? Smirin, is he fighting as a lion? Oi, 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 oi. He's so many pawns down now. And it was a5, a mistake. So knight goes around as a real heroes goes around. Okay, knight e4, take c3, b5, that's what we saw. And now he just step back, giving again one more pawn. And 2 pawns down. 2 pawns down. Is this holdable? A little chance it's a different color bishops, but it's plenty of pieces on the table. Knight on e4, well placed. Pawn on e6 is still alive. Maybe not for long, but knight should stay on the e-file and protect the c3. So, yeah. Should be rook a1. Is it easy solution? Rook to a1. Take, knight c5. Take on c3, take on a6. Yes, I'm drawing chances. Still some drawing chances. Yeah, I hope that Ilya played really very, very creative, and this pawn sacrifice looks excellent. So what went wrong? h3 and a5. Yeah, h3 looks good, but psychologically it was great. Yeah, bishop hanging piece on g3. Yeah, this is what usually you miss. Let's see, I get another comment. Was king g2 really played on the first board? Let's see. Let's see. King g2. here. This is what we have. Queen e3, b6, king g2. Yeah, look like that. Yes, it's look like that. Take, run, take. So this pawn, actually, it was not an issue. He tried to force knight to take on e5 and got counterplay. But what is it, a repetition? No way. He just gained some time. Okay, time control is done. So he repeated position how many times? 1, 2. Okay, rook h4, it looks normal. And now actually he can take on e5 now. So I think knight take e5 and game over. So he get extra half an hour. And it will be a question of, yeah, knight take e5 just in case. Because if you do rook h4, maybe it's 3 times repetition. Maybe he's calculating now. But after knight take e5, you protecting the rook on g4 and yeah, then rook h4 check and exchange up, and f7 pawn will be falling soon. Not directly, but maybe later on, and black will win. Even queen c5 can be played also to trade queens. So I think that this is a question of just time. And did he manage to make this time control? Interesting, if you can see time back. Yeah, he did. He did. Here is, it was time, 3:24 minutes, okay, 4 minutes, boom, once, 2, and don't forget it was a pawn on g4, so it's not counted as a repetition because it's not the same position. Pawn on g4, very careful. I can tell you as an international arbiter, that's it's a very typical mistake. Okay, but he prefer to give a check and just think. Okay, bravo, he knows the rules. So no hurry to take the rook. He can have it in, yeah, 5.7 minus. Yeah, king g2 was played. Probably it was played for time trouble to press him to repeat. Again, what? King g2. Now he should take on e5 and it's end of the story. Let's wait if it's happened and we can go to the next game. Table 3, it's a draw as it we saw. Yep, we can just check quickly. Table 3, draw, and it was this end game. Yeah, draw. This was logical, but I think that's white missed chances in the beginning because queen on h4 was totally misplaced. Here is winning for Meshkov, but he's spending still time control is not done. e3. Okay, rook can always protect from f5, so no big problems. And knight is hanging. After knight f7, bishop can go to b8 probably, or e7 as well. Yep. White should win. It's a pawn up technique. So let's see. Blomqvist. Still the same position. So, wow, white spent so much time. Yeah, bishop c8 was played by Platon. Excellent. Look, double. Here we left bishop c8. So bishop going for f5, better square. Queen c2. After long thinking, it's played. But of course, black will not trade the queen. No way. I think queen f4 should be played, and bishop f5 and bishop e4. So, yep. Too many pieces it's needed because in time trouble, queen f4 played. You can again say bravo Platon. So 10 minutes advantage in time, 2.6 advantage on the board and the thermometer. And maybe I will get my coffee pause soon. But let's see after time trouble. Let's see, I think, yeah. Smirin, yeah, trade the rook, yep. That's what I was suggesting. Simple, you trade, and rook d5. Another strong move. This pawn on c3 is not running away. Not letting knight to c5, but okay. c4, is it an option? Still practical chances for a draw, thanks to different color bishops. But bishop should keep an eye on d1 square, because it's check and bishop e5. Pin and game over. Looks like Smirin is going to lose. It's really pity. So creative play. And my student can say, hey, Vladimir, to have this traffic lights, e7, e6, e4 is good. I think the traffic lights is never good. Okay, let's see Krasenkov. Hunting and missed lots of advantage. What? He did check here, check. Interesting. Should be this bishop should be taken and then take on b2 and try to win this endgame. Okay. And Marger Peterson, it's a draw. Draw. Let's check the final position. Check the final position. How's that happened? Aha, he don't even gain a pawn. Why? He took on e4. Bishop f8. Aha. So he don't want to protect. Rook b2. Rook a4 and e4 pawn is hanging. Okay, this is the answer. Okay, activating the bishop, take, trade, and it's it. And now it's check, 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 check. So you cannot come out. The bishop is too passive. Okay, okay. So what I can say about these games, that's I think white was present the whole game. Black did a novelty, knight d7, f5, but Marger Peterson managed to transfer the game to the normal rails, classic pawn structure, and yeah, it was just a draw. It was not enough. So it looks like that's white can play probably better somewhere, but okay, draw. It's a draw. It's a half a point. Let's go back to the first table before we take a coffee pause. Yeah, knight took, and now it's just take it easy. Probably queen c5 is not necessary, actually. It's good enough, but maybe not necessary. Queen c5, d4. Yeah, it's easy winning. It's easy winning. Queen d8, it's computer's recommendation. Queen d8. What for? Rook f4 is a threat. Okay. Nice. This is a typical computer, you see. The king on g2 is totally misplaced. And queen d8, discovery attack after rook f4, trading the most active piece, take on f7, and it's bye-bye. Elham will be only one leader. And Frode, I think it's also going to win this technical endgame with exchange up. He's going to win. So queen a1, queen f1, king f1 was played. Still 7 moves to be done. It's 1 minute on the clocks. Okay, so white should be really careful, and I think that Frode is careful. He's careful. Can he take on d4 now? Queen take d4. Queen take d4. Take, rook d7. Knight e3. So yeah, still winning chances for white. I don't think it will be a problem. Yeah, Frode should win. So it will be the Norwegian final tomorrow. 2 juniors. And Elham is white. So he's really strong. White pieces. Okay, let's see here. Still technical solution. Time control is not passed. Okay, my dear spectators, I think I will take a coffee pause. We can take a break for like 10 minutes max. I will be back because time trouble is not over. But I think I deserve a cup of coffee. What do you think? Okay, see you in 10 minutes. Let's say 6:45 Swedish time. And thanks for joining. We'll see you again soon. Stay tuned. Okay, hello everyone again. Great coffee. Shows that I got. So nice price for 3 hours talking non-stop. So I really enjoy it, and we will go back and start from the first table, what's going on, and see if Elham managed to win his winning position. Okay, Karakan, we look again briefly, c5, okay, maneuver. So black's idea, they just waiting for white moves and letting them to come into the fight if they want to. a5, oh, now I can see that it's a question mark. Question mark. Okay, it's locked everything. Knight h6, okay. And here I saw that bishop h3 is a mistake, and now I can see that computer shows that it's a first line. Anyway, in my opinion, bishop should be trade, and white to move bishop forward and backwards, okay. Maybe g6 at once, but was chosen bishop to h3, and then g6, prophylaxis. Actually, I like this move very much. Pawn on h5 now is protected, and white answering immediately with the same thing. They pay with the same coin. Bishop takes g5, queen takes g5 later on, and knight takes c4 or d5 discovery attack. So now bishop must retreat. And what we have now? White got bishop's pair. They can improve only by playing f3, g4. But actually black have a very nice position and no weaknesses. Everything is locked. Queen d7, okay, and king f8. Beautiful defensive move. King goes to the safety, letting the rook come, and look, king to f8. So f3, preparation for g4, of course. And now g4. Will this be good? No, no, no. And look at the rook at g8, king on g2, too early. And of course, king f2, more secure, and run with the king to another side. But white look like they miscalculated and kicked away the knight. And now it's a beautiful, tricky tactic by Elham. He took the pawn, and he will gain the knight back on the pin, and with decisive discovery attack as well. And so king f3, take, and check. So look now at the king on f4. What was the best? King g2, giving away another pawn. But black rook, bishop f6, black rook will be under arrest, king will be locked. Probably it's some chances to create counterattack on the h file and g file with all the pieces. But okay, king f4 and f6. An excellent reply by the young Norwegian player. f6. Sooner or later, dynamic should show the power, and of course now it should be force mate. Look at the king on f4, he have no squares. Any check will win the game. Here, I think that queen c7 was check much better immediately, and it's recommendation from computer as well. But okay, done is done, and here he missed a lot of his advantage. So computer gives 0-0. Mistake, but difficult to play such a position. If you're in trouble and your opponent give you a chance, okay, queen e3 was the best, and then queen e5 to stop the check and attack. Okay, but who think about checkmate? Oh, can we take the rook? No way. g5, and it will be queen down, or checkmate. So rook and g5. No hurry, no hurry. This rook will not run away, and exchange will be taken by, so f7. Nice move in between. And it's look like that's white playing for time. They have almost 1 hour extra time. Okay, rook behind. Now it's pin. Black put more pressure. And what will be happening now? Rook will be taken, White king in trouble, and then simple technical position. Queen step back. Queen d6. Actually, wow, wait a sec. Queen c1. This move created a threat. Queen a3 check. This is something that black should be aware. And if we take on e5 now, Queen a3 check. Queen e7, trade the queen, and black king is trapped. Really nice try for white. So okay, but black is not blind. Queen d6, protecting and getting control over this diagonal. Queen e3, b6, probably making just a solid move and gain a time. King g2, run away from the pin and giving away the pawn. Really creative. What white can do, if they simply stay, the rook will be taken, and then it's a pure technique for black. Okay, so king g2. Look like mistake. Computer don't like it and give 6.8 directly for black. Okay, take. But probably everything is time trouble. Time. Okay. As I said before, break, it's no 3 times repetition because it was a pawn on g4 and it's not working. Now, queen d8, done. Rook f6. d4. Let's see what we have. Why not play, for example, rook f4? What will happen after that? Rook f4, trade. Everything is protected. Rook f4, rook take e6. Aha. So it will be an exchange. So e6 pawn is hanging. Rook f4, rook take e6. Yeah, this pawn should be protected. So what Elham did? He did d4. Oh, this is a little bit risky. This looks really risky. Let's see what he can do instead. What he can do? Can he play for mate? What about material? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he's pawn up and exchange up. And f7 pawn will not live long. And the threat is take on g5 not exist, take on b6 not exist, so only take on e6. This is a threat. And maybe bishop g6, creating threat on g5. Okay, and time, so they got an increment, so it's move 45, 21 minutes against 1 hour 13 minutes, almost 1 hour advantage. For a quick bullet player, Elham, it's too much. Okay, he did d4. Take, queen d5 check. Check, should he check? And oi, oi, oi. And now he forgot about this. Oi, 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 oi. Queen a3, mate in 1 with 20 minutes on the clocks. What? Yo, 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 yo. This is a real disaster for the young Norwegian. Probably my fault. I was giving him point too early. Oy, 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 oy. Feel sorry for Elham. Really feel sorry. Yeah, don't say hop before you jump. That's a Russian folklore. Or what he can do instead. Here is still winning. Computer give 4.4. Rook take d4. Yeah, just take the pawn. Okay, go to. It's a technical position. Exchange up. Yeah, so rook f6 didn't looks great, but it's worked. Wow, this is a real disaster. Yeah, poor Elham. Poor Elham. And let's see Frode, how he's doing, because I also gave a victory to Frode, but It's my mouse run away. It's a battery probably. Oh, no. Okay. Oh. Everything is disappear. Okay, some small technical problems, but okay, what we got? Oh. Okay, I will see Rilton Cup back. Got it back. Now how it's locked. Okay, so it's loading, and now we got Rilton Cup. It's a Grandelius. It looks like it's a Grandelius match.
Yeah.
It's a disappear. Okay, have more time to take my coffee. I think. Okay, so we can get game number 2. So, yeah, Frode is still fighting, and I don't think he will give this point away. I think we left when he was playing bishop e1, so let's see, king f1. This was a position that we left, and what got changed? Okay, queen took the pawn, rook d7, check here, so check, king c1, and pin. Yeah, look as a technical winning position, but of course you should be very, very careful in such positions. And what about time? 15 minutes for black. Okay, time limit now is gone. White will get an extra half an hour, and probably will find the right winning move. What will be the easiest one? Rook b5, an option, or maybe it's interesting. It should be totally winning. So I think that's Frode will win. Maybe simple take on e3, and it's an easy win in endgame. Then take the pawn on a7 if the bishop take on h2, and a pawn will be decisive. Okay, so here it's probably clear, and it will be one Norwegian guy in the top, Frode Urkedal. And let's see, Nikita Meshkov. Oi, how has that happened? It's a lot of miracles. It's really lots of miracles here. We left the game. It was bishop on a3, I think it was. No, not that. A few steps behind. Back. Yeah, here we took. So really, it's not easy to play such a long game. So this is what we saw. Okay, a5. Here, rook in trouble, h4. So king g2. I think here we left bishop check and bishop d6. So this was a position that we saw before the coffee pause. And rook c2 attacking e3. Okay, here pin trade. Oi. I don't think it was the best decision for Nikita, because to make a pin, okay, pawn up. Why you should make your pieces pinned? Time trouble. This is only one explanation. But okay, done is done. Rook c7. Run and protect. Why not to run with this bishop? Cannot understand. You can place bishop whatever. f4 you can't. g5. then you need to sacrifice a piece. It's no needs. If you have a winning position, never sacrifice. It's a professional advice and rule. Okay, protect here, here. So he just regrouping, and white didn't gain this a5 pawn. Still going for it. Take. Oi, was it missed? Was this missed? Oi, 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 oi. Okay, but still it's a pawn. But now it's less pieces, less enemies. Here we go, and this should be winning. This should be winning. He needs to trade rooks and run with the king. So a pawn. Should this be winning? But it's some technical troubles. From +5 to 1.5. I think he should take. That's probably what he is thinking now. How I can miss and mix up all this advantage. How I can play it out. What I did wrong. Also, it's one of the rules. If you have advantage, you must keep 4 rooks. So it's more easier to play. But I think here you just take on e5. You run with your king. And the question is how we should place the rook. Should be easy because e5 pawn is weak. You put your rook behind, probably check, and rook a8, start to push your pony, and then you come out with your king and take the pawn on e5. So this should be winning, and then f pawn go, and it's a barbecue spread. So it's easy technical winning position, and it's a plan how you win. So the easiest way is, but wait, is it e4 possible? Is e4 possible? If we have no time to regroup the rook. Rook take e5, pawn take. Pawn take. King f3. King can hide somewhere. King e3, f3. Yeah, slowly you can push the pawns. Yes, it will be the same winning. So it's nothing to think about. Just take the rook, and Grandmaster probably will find this technical solution. Okay, here is the game still going on. I think it's maybe no chance to survive. Active king, and Kuchuksari is winning the game. If his time is 0-0-0, did he lost on time or what? No, no, it's done. Here, few steps, and 3 pawns up, and good bishop against knight. Okay, so he just waiting for increment. He will get extra time. I don't think that's happened. Okay, this was here. He still have 46 seconds. No. No miracles, and no miracle survivor. So the game is over. White won. I should win, but actually I should be careful. Let's see Eric and Platon. So game is over now. I can see result, but we can quickly look at this game again. So Platon did a great surprise with knight a5. So these moves sound like a beginner's baby move, but something is behind. Okay, you surprise your opponent with something in the beginning. Okay, knight c3 here, that's what we saw. And now c5. Yeah, after c5, black transferring position to the Benoni. Actually, it's a good Benoni because now d5 pawn is very weak, and this is a bishop's pair for black. Bishop f6, I'm not sure. Maybe keep it alive so far, but coordination. Okay, rook. And so a4, not letting queen b5. Here h3, rook e4. Look like that black should get control over the e file, and the game will be over because d5 pawn is weak forever. And here is rook e7, excellent retreat. It's mostly like a computer move. And now bishop c8. Here I think it's two options for black. Computer recommend bishop c8. Looks good because bishop on b7 have nothing to do anymore, because white protected pawn on d5 with an extra piece. So it's super protected. And black have choice. Okay, two rooks on the e file, it's best. Queenie better on f5. So just bishop on f8 is not doing the thing. So what we can do? What we can do? One of the interesting ideas maybe h5, g5, but f6 was just for safety, to lock this bishop and attack towards the king. So best placed piece bishop c3, and knight f3 will be kicked away. So looks interesting, but okay, should black take the risk here? Should black take the risk? Okay, we can put the piece on a better square. That looks okay. And keep an eye on h3 and using it with attack. We will not trade queens, queen f4 and rook d3. What is that? Rook d3. So bishop take h3, it's a threat. The knight unprotected and pawn on g2 is overloaded. So should knight go back himself? No, it's mate on e1. Oh, it looks like the game is already over. Okay, rook d3. Let's see again. So what they can do? Queen d3, bishop f5, kicking away, and then take on h3, gain another pawn, and queen take a6 will not help. We can take on g2, queen g4 check, and take on f3. Okay, or even looking for a checkmate. So white is hopeless, but rook d3. Okay, so bishop f5. So, and just took the pawn. So bye-bye pawn. Now it's paid out. So white took the pawn. So this was like a little bit of tricky tactics. Is it time trouble? Yeah, time trouble, 3 minutes. Okay, pawn up for black now, and very bad pawn structure. Even one more removes the guard. Oh, it's one punch after another punch. Oy, oy, oy. So queenie cannot take because it's also overloaded and protecting the rook on d1. Okay, rook back for 2 pawns up. 2 pawns up and no counterplay. Kicking away the rook and fire exit for the king. Okay, so how many moves? Oh, okay, it's still time trouble. That's why white is not giving up. And as Bronstein says, that's no one saves the game, just giving up too early. Okay, open file. The third pawn. Oh, it's clear over. Okay, but let's see. The last trap, knight f6, pin and fork. Okay, but black is not sleeping, so bishop step back and protecting the king extremely good. Okay, kicking the piece, so here, and queen to h5. Another pawn is gone, because if knight go away, black will take the pawn on h4. Yeah, it looks that this surprise in the opening really worked well. Take, and so. It's possible to take on h4. No, knight f6. It's a last trap. But no hurry, bishop e7. So this will end the game. Yeah, it is. So white resign. So actually white used all traps until the end, even queen take h4, knight f6. But okay, time trouble was over. No, not move 38. What we can say, so excellent victory of the young Ukrainian player. So proud that this opening surprise did work. So, yeah, long lifelong learning. So knight a5 can work. Wow, I'm really amazed. Okay, let's see the next game. I think if we keep going to Shashiki run. Oh, lots of happening here as well. We stopped on c5. Here is c5. c5, and black should be okay. So took the pawn, took, and queen d8. Queen d8. Yeah, looks good. Okay, then it's white squares and blockade. Take. Here, protecting the pawn. Pin. I'm not sure about this move. White to make a pin. Can we quickly make a cannon on this long diagonal? Let's say queen d5. Actually, it's pawn up for white. So white got the pawn. White gains the pawn. And it's a very strong central pawns. Criminal pawns, we can say. Queen d5 look like queen g2. Or maybe no needs. Rook c1. Rook c1. Perhaps. Yeah, but still, I would like to take this diagonal for control. Okay, computer actually gave a tip bishop d5, and it's 0-0. It's looked like that you must control this weak diagonal. This was a whole game, white squares. And this bishop on c8 was extremely bad. But now he got a chance to be active, and did not happen. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, oi, oi. Nice, tricky tactic. Was it in time trouble? Oh, 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Poor Shashikiran. So this is, he will not survive after such a kick. Okay, so take. Now he's simply pawned down, and the bishop is gone. The best piece is gone. He was fighting hard for life for this bishop, but now it's almost over. Safety. Of course, queen g4 is a threat, just bringing the protection. And here is oi, 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 oi. I don't think that white will skip this point. So rook g3 is the next move. Maybe even rook d2, good enough. And the d pawn start to go Martian. So this pair in the center will decide the game. Yeah, pity, but bishop d5. Let's see back, a few steps back. Still forks. You see how powerful is this forks? Okay, bishop d5 here, and computer give 0-0-0. Knight c5, king h8. Bishop is alive. Keep an eye on this diagonal. We can always step back. We can bring the queenie. And this cannon is a very good chances. And still it's a blockade with such a strong bishop and white squares counterplay. Yep. Okay. And Smirin lost. Smirin lost. So we can see what happened. He missed this knight h5 move. But generally it was a really very nice idea in the opening. Like Vasily Smyslov here, trade, and okay, this traffic lights. Bishop c4 looks good. Okay, and f4. Very aggressive bishop's pair. So Ilya is not care so much about this weak pawns, and he just play for attack. And see, b3 probably looks good. a6, a4, logical. And king run to home run, king e8. But rook from h8 is in power. h3, okay. This is what we saw, that it's a very nice prophylactical move, making his piece better. Rook c5, typical Sicilian. And now a5 look like a tricky move, but can this pawn be taken? Bishop c7 directly, it's a fork. But knight h5, what he can do instead? King h2, protect the bishop. Rook d2, no. Probably not. Not rook d2. What else? Difficult to recommend something. Knight e4. It's a computer recommendation. It gives like a draw. Knight e4. Get the bishop's pair. Yeah. And just be out of trouble. Knight e4. Looks good. At a5. Brave. Now it's a problem. Okay, hanging piece and blocking. Knight e4 now. So now it's 2 pawns down. 2 pawns down is too much. So if somebody attacks, you attack in return. Back. Okay, so it's now it will not be saved. Take, 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 and rook a1 simply trading the last active piece, and endgame 2 pawns up. c4. Take. What is happening here? What can happen? Must take. Rook check and rook d4. Rook d4 take, take, and now it's almost over. Yeah. Then the a pawn, it will be decisive. So bishop and all different color bishops, and it's yeah, black just pushing the pawn. The criminal pawn run to be queenie. No way it will be stopped. No way. Yeah, it's a pity. Really good game for Ilya, but what he missed? Yeah, knight e4. He must fight for a draw. Knight e4. So a5, it was too early. But actually, it looks very, very promising to play on the both sides, especially for time trouble. Okay, so it's 2 losses for Ilya in a row. Okay, let's see Mikhail Krasenkov, how he is doing. He still have sort of advantage, pawn up even, but different color bishops. It's a sign for a draw. Hope that Mikhail will win. So let's see what we left. So it was some checks, and it was knight should take on f4. I think it was something here. Yeah, this is a position. Here, and knight take f4. Yeah, this is a logical decision, and take the pawn and back. Okay. Which pawn to attack? Where is our object for attack? So all white pawns are very weak, extremely weak. But yeah, simply, should we activate the king, just come to f6 and start to hunt them one by one? Should we trade the rook? Probably yes. Done. And yeah, king is marching forward. So king go and take these pawns. Okay, so pawn up now. So what will be the winning plan? So black need to create a free passed pawn. d5 pawn is also weak. And yeah, kicking away the king and kicking away the bishop. Here, because the different color bishops, it will be draw. It will be draw. So no way. So black should keep the rooks alive and hunt the weaknesses. So make the piece on c5, right? That's good. And why is that? Strange. What was the plan if rook goes to c7? What was the plan? Rook to c7. Is it a6? I don't think so. Rook c7. Just attack and block, and it's it. And yeah, probably it's time trouble. No? Oh? No? They got increment. Very strange, because rook c7, you do it like without thinking. Okay, king there. So no danger, so it's like white don't feel any danger. Okay, it should be some technical difficulties for black, but it's not looks completely winning anymore. It's not looks completely winning. So king g5. So maybe it was not the right move. King g5, look, yeah, played. But okay, it's difficult. So I think that rook should go back to e4 and protect. Keep an eye. Rook should go back. Yeah. Should be draw. Yeah, rook e4. So he just retreats. White should hold. So really technique, but I hope that Mikhail will show some technical advantage and technical preparation. But okay, bishop e5. Maybe now, okay, what is gives? Rook here. Slowly you make a b pawn. Go. Create b4. Maybe go with the king to this side and try to sacrifice an exchange as a last chance. But it will not work. The rook is watching, so it's no way for king to go around. You can try, okay, but he will push. No, will not work. Okay, let's go to the next. Looks like a draw, but still some chances. And Chivo, same story, different color bishops. Oh, we missed a lot there, but still white have some practical chances. 2 pawns, it's 2 pawns. The color of the corner is the same color as the bishop, so it's also a good sign for white. So a3 pawn. Will this be winning? Because this corner is wrong. So king will go there, bishop will go there, and they will watch. Yeah, can be a draw. If white trades a rook, it can be a draw. Also big fight here, long game, and let's see. Let's see at Kaido. He sacrificed an exchange, and he still have advantage, but we missed a lot in the game. Okay, I think, what was it? We saw, okay, we can quickly run from the beginning, when he sacrificed an exchange. Take, here. Also very creative game for Kaido Clothes. Rook d4 looks as a mistake, and if you say A, so you must say B. So the plan was take on e4, as I said in my previous comments, but now they changed their mind and got a surprise. So black sacrificed an exchange, and he took on g4. I think that he should go probably back to e6 or d7. In my opinion, it's better, because you need to castle, and then you wait to promote your pawns forward. Okay, he took. It's too optimistic. Here and back. Okay, now this pawn is gone. Oi. Look at that. What a nice tricky tactic. Queen take f5. Just selling the piece for more like move in between. Yeah, one more time I should repeat. If somebody attacks you, attack in return. d4, attack in return. Take. And for 3 pawns with the bishop, it's more as enough for exchange. And king don't need to make castle. He's coming. Okay, now the e3 pawn is a thing. Okay, here. And the best pawn is gone. Here, okay, and he takes this one. Okay, and he step back. 2 pawns with the bishop. Still, I think it's better chances for black, but it looks like that's lots of advantage black played away. Okay, still I will choose black here, but now it's pawns falling one by one. Check. b5. Is this a good idea to trade the rook? Maybe rook c4 was good enough. Rook c4. Ah, it's risky. Rook c4. Take. Take h5 and c3 and h6. It's no time. Little bit of tricky tactics. So the criminal pawn on h file is really dangerous. Okay, here, catching from the back. Start to push his pawns. Prepare and sacrifice. Waiting with that. And now, here. Oi, 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 oi. What white doing? Look at the white king. Incredible. Active king now is under arrest. And rook cannot move from the h file because rook h6 and take on h4. And so black just pushing their pawns and will win. It's a Zugzwang. Okay, repeating. No. Rook f3. Just repeating a position. But can he go forward? It looks that black is completely winning, but how? King should go and try to push the pawns. So king on h5, it's screaming for help. Why you send me there? Okay, it looks like that Skydor will win, and time is almost equal. Okay, Yang Min was a draw. Here, hanging pawns, if I remember correct. I can quickly run through all the moves. Yes, Benoni, hanging pawns, and c5 was a terrible move. Yeah, here we stopped. Yeah, black just activating and making blockade and easily win. Yep, c6. Now knight got a nice defense. Everything is under protection. Take. And it will be great knight against a bad bishop. Yeah. Oi, oi, oi. Take, and open file. And queenie coming. And checkmate. Looks very similar to the game from the first game in Capablanca Alokhin match, h5, and Alokhin will win the game, queen f3, but he choose more secure b6 and hold the pawn. Game number 1, Buenos Aires 1927. But this is a classical things. Yeah. Now it's a bad bishop and this pawn gives nothing. Okay, so white is very greedy, but here we go. g2, it's a magic square. Game over. You cannot stop the checkmate. It's typical. When you have no coordination between pieces, that's what happened. Nice tactical decision, but actually it was strategically lost. Okay, next game. Here it was Dutch. Black got a better game in the beginning, so it was like tricky tactics, nice structure. So, and how to convert this into the victory, e5, and what we got. Monster bishop on this long diagonal. Trade. Take. Why not take the pawn? Knight c4, knight e3, fork, take, steal. Okay, so they want to block. Isolated pawn should not be blocked. Isolated pawn should be taken. Bent Larsen. Okay. Cutting. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. Should not happen. But c2 is a problem, so what he want? No coordination now between pieces. And knight g4, stopping. And it's over. Yeah, it's over. Removing the guard, and it's it. Yeah, this was easy. This was easy. This game, I don't remember we looked at. It's Dan Matthias. I think we missed this game. Dragon. Yeah, we saw a little bit. Yes, yes. Dragon. Classics. Bishop e6. Yep. e5. Yes, that's what we were talking. That's white played e5 and got the winning. Yep, true. So we saw this position, and I am not surprised that's white won, because black played against all the rules and recommendations. So after e5, white is totally winning. So this is a typical dragon thing, and let's see the technique. So g4 will come. Yeah, activating the queen. f4, f5, triangle attack. g4 is in the air, so knight on b5, knight on b4 are not equal. So, and is it e6? Yep, destroying the pawn structure. Yeah, and knight e4. Beautiful final. So black will not live long. So knight will come to e6, another on c7, and yeah, need to sacrifice. No, not. g4, opening everything, sacrifice another one. Okay, it's a last try. Last try. Take, take. And it's over. It's mate on g7. It's mate on g7. Yeah, it was easy. This was an easy one. If you get strategically within position, of course, some basic tactics will follow, and it will be game over. Oi, 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 Milton lost. No, it's not his game. Here is Milton. Milton lost. What happened to him? How he collapsed? It was Fedor. He was good position. Very promising. And what happened? And what can happen? So black doing fine. g4 is too aggressive. Knight came, d5, e5. So it was a really good position. f6, dynamics, take, take, take. Queen. Aha, rook e8 he did wrong without bringing the piece. Okay, so here rook e8. This is what I think that's maybe cost him the game. Maybe it's too far away, but queen on e1 is misplaced. And rook is doing job protecting pawn on a5. So just bring the piece. I think knight c5 should be played. Actually, I'm checking now rook e8, it's a first line, but still I'm thinking maybe knight c5 and bring in the knight and transfer the bishop to g6 and get this weak squares d3 for your pieces. Okay, but still it's so, yeah, queen run away. Bishop c5. So he tried to be rid of this f2 defense. And okay, that's what he missed. Pin. The pawn is pinned. And here it's, yeah, he will not survive there. Because he missed a pawn, and pawn is gone. Okay, so he just missed a pawn. Okay. So it was a nice tactic. Actually, bishop c5. But how you can make such a move strategically? Let's see what cost him such a mistake. Okay, so here black is fine. Black is still fine. They finished up the development. So knight c5. Just bring the piece. Knight c5. What's wrong with that? Bring your knight. If it's really trouble, bring the knight to, I don't know, e6. Bring the knight to g5. Make some threats. And so easy to play for black, because g4 pawn, it's weakening the king. And knight on the side, a chain for a king. Knight a6 should come into the game. Just bring it. Could we see game of culottes? It's a question. Yeah, we can see the culottes game. Okay, I can go back to the culottes. It was actually also a great game against Norman Smezis. He was smashed by the Indian player. Where is culottes? It's in the top table somewhere. Where we have culottes? Yes, Frode Ulkedal won. So congratulations to Norwegian player. Frode realized his technique and showed advantage. Where is Kaido culottes? Do you know which table he's playing? Kaido? Oh, here it is. Okay. Table 13. 13. Okay, so it's yeah, Kaido managed to push his pawns, but he allows the rook to come in active position. He should keep the rook on g6 and just make a clue the rook to h2, so rook will not move. So it's very interesting, but I think that black have very good winning chances here. Very good winning chances. The king on h5. What a beautiful piece. Why he came there? What he forgot there? Okay, so we can make few steps back and see how it was. So maybe they just dance with the pieces before. Here, check king h5. Okay, so here, okay, king dance, rook back, so a4, and here. Okay, so now you should go probably back. You allow the king to go out, and then the b pawn will be decisive. Okay, this is like a plan, but interesting. White have a counterplay with a sacrifice on f6 and h pawn, but the bad king, totally misplayed king, is what he calculated. Rook e4, king b5. Still, it's only black that can win, but okay, according to computer, it's -0.7, so black have a chance, but so far I know it's not enough for winning against computer. It should be 1.20, according to Boris Gelfand, or 1.50. It's a winning evaluation. 0.8, it's still playable. Still playable. Okay, but let's see. Is b3 and then this one will be the option, sacrifice and push, or b3, b2. Yeah. Still, shame on the king. King on h5. Yeah. So even trade after rook f5, for example, rook c5 should be winning. Then just king go around and it's it. It's too slow to go with this h pawn. Really too slow. Okay, let's see. That's your wish is done, dear spectator. Markus chess coach. And yeah, I think that Kulovats will win, but now he have only 11 minutes left. But okay, this type of position you play by hand. Only hand needed. Let's see if it's any changes in Mikhail Krasenkov endgame. No, it's still, yeah, pawn erased. The criminal pawn erased. Okay, so black managed to make a free passed pawn. It's blocked. So now it's Still drawish, but maybe some chances. Because this pawn can be protected. Now bishop is here, so how to improve position? How to improve? Is it only to sacrifice an exchange and push bishop somewhere, come here with a king and sacrifice? Is it only chance? Looks very drawish. So pawn, but time 23 minutes now. I don't think that Mikhail will be able to win. Very nice game actually, but defending forces doing well. Okay, and Shashikiran. Okay, finally we see g5. G5. Protect, and the d pawn didn't move yet. I think it's still playable. Still playable. Rook active, queen active, and black got some counterplay here. And look at white pieces. Yeah, maybe Krishan will survive. It's really good surviving chances. Really good chances. Even if you take, possible to take on d4, and it will be draw a rook endgame. Can take with a queenie. Yeah, good fight, good fight. But actually after c5 it should not be any troubles for black in Carlsbad structure. But okay, we have what we have. Let's see Nikita Meshkov. Oh, now it's over. Oh, how that happened? Let's see. We saw this pawn miss and pin. Okay, I do it very quick. And on e5, was it taken? Yeah, taken. King f3, h5. Oh, okay. So the easiest way. The rook stayed aside. Yeah, as a famous Alyoshin Capablanca match, the last game in the match, how Alyoshin won the rook endgame. Same thing, the rook was aside, not in front of the pawn. Okay, take. And g4. Okay, here is, but so Tempi and king simply runs. Okay, cut off and king come in and it's over. No checks aside because king will simply run away. Okay, nice technique, Nikita Meshkov. Nice technique. So now king is there, this rook is protected, and this black king is far away. Also, one more example, you see, classics. Last game, Capablanca Alyoshin's match. Same endgame, rook endgame, and Alyoshin showed an excellent rook endgame technique. Okay. Rook to c4, kings come and protect, and it's it. And slowly it's moving. Then build the bridge. Yeah, rook c4, done. Bravo. So such endgames, it's no problems for Grandmaster. And it's no time trouble, no chance. 8 minutes should be enough. Yeah. Okay. We can. I will afraid to say congratulations to Nikita after what happened in Elham's match. So okay, let's see what we have left. Krasenko probably will be draw. Here was another end game with different color bishops. Oh, this will be a long game. Now white have only 3 minutes on the clocks. But okay, Johnny Hector played against me in Grand Prix in Norrköping. I was rook and a bishop, and he have king and rook, and I was not able to beat him. He have all the defense. We ran around with a king, and he showed how to defend with the old system. But actually, yeah, if you don't know how to defend, you can lose. So, but it's still pawn alive. It takes some time to, should be probably a draw. And opponent is a feeder master. Okay, maybe Chibo have a chance. Feeder master. what you do? You spend your time, you move with your king, then you should sacrifice your pawn, and yeah, 50 moves rule. Okay, so it will be a long game. Let's see Kaido Kulovats again. Some changes here. The last move was rook c1. Let's see what happened here. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. King b5, rook c1, so it's almost the same. Rook e2. Okay, rook c1, that's where we stopped here, and king b5. Yeah. So, evaluation, it's a draw. But as a human being, it's not easy to play. So, of course, 5 hours game. It's, yeah, it's energy. It needs energy. Okay. Let's see. Let's see how it will be drawn. If you give a check, it will be trade the rooks and then just pushing the pawn, and it will be winning. The chance is run with the king. Maybe king should run. Yeah. Rook f to f4. He gained. Oh, rook f to f4. It's a drop. So, and we have no b3 because it's check and take on b3. Okay, so really pity. It was an excellent sacrifice. And king h5 and white survive. Yep. That's life. Almost all the players are tired. Of course, everyone is tired. And what we have more? Game 23. I think we didn't look at it at all. Let's see how Mezescott mated. He was trapped by the preparation, so it looked like that white did make his own move. Everything was prepared. And he was catched by surprise. G4. So such games should... Really good lesson for grandmasters when they play in young players. Take, so, and d5. Smashing move, yeah. I'm absolutely sure that everything was prepared at home. There was no doubts. Check, rook f6, bishop d6. Here, take the bishop, run, check, and mate on c5. Yeah, PT. It's like a miniature. So I wish to Normunds just a good sleep and recovery, and play well the last game, and just be aware of such dangerous openings out of book. Okay, let's see this game. It's still in the air, still played, and it's also different color bishops. So we can take it from the beginning and see what's up. Reti. E6. Okay, h3. More logical is take on f3 if white asks for it, so just not losing tempo, and then c6 to create. But okay, c4. Immediately bishop is not on c8. We need to attack. I'm wondering why not queen b3. Okay, queen b3 now after castling, and d3 and bishop e3. Okay, so white got a little bit of advantage. It's a classical Reti opening. Now it's take and knight to a6 away. Okay, idea to block b4 and trade the bishop on c5. No bishop's pair, and this is the plan. Bishop d4, not sure. Bishop d4 idea, take on probably d5 and play e4 to open up diagonals for two bishops. But it looks like too slow. Can be rook, maybe knight d2, try to double. And after bishop c5, just d4 and keep it playing. Then e4 later on. Okay. Bishop c3, it's too much for me to understand. So bishop was doing well, and if he want to play d5, okay, maybe then bishop g5. d4, bishop g5 was my better choice. Too slow, too slow. And here white missed probably quite a lot of advantage. Okay, so here we go, b6. And let's see how this surplus will end up. Sooner or later white will play e4. Now it's just maneuvers like an Elham game on the first table, dancing forward backwards. Yeah, making the bishop on a better square. Okay, sacrifice on e6 was dangerous. g4, try to make breakthrough. And nice tricky tactics. Okay, pin, take. Take. Okay, so 3 pawns and bishop's pair. Will it be enough for the Hosse? Take. I didn't understand why. Why to take this bishop? Give away the bishop if he can be active on in future. Okay, take and double. Okay, just gain a pawn. 4 pawns for a knight. Counter. Take. So, but it's double pawns and it's double pawns. Very interesting evaluation, but still I think that black have no big risk. Here, okay, hunting the pawns. Some maneuvers. So maybe it was not correct decision, because now it's 2 pawns. White is winning. Yeah. Rook g6 should be enough. Rook g6, bishop is hanging. Okay, this pawn on b2 is not so important. Yeah, then king goes and e pawn will be decisive. Yeah, white will win. Okay, let's see back, and probably we will be done for today. Let's see Mishkov. Yeah, he's pushing. And what? Here, okay, black using the last chance, but here it's no need. So rook can go behind the free passed pawn and king goes to another side. Or we can use the shield. So rook a4 will be enough, and then king just go and it's it. So he will be too slow. Yeah, but I must say that William defending himself in the best way, creating technical problems for Grandmaster. But okay, 8 minutes should be enough. It should be enough. Okay, rook c7, easy. Rook c6 check. Rook e6, rook c6. Then it's hanging on g6 and just pushing the pawn forward. It should be easy win for Nikita Mishkovs. And he is coming close to the fight for the prize. Actually, he started with a loss in the first round, surprisingly, but then he recovered. Good job, Nikita, and wish you good luck in the last round. Okay, and let's see Shashikiran. It's like a last look. So still fighting, and looks like he can be alive. Yeah, he can be alive. With the heavy pieces endgame, the position of the king is more important. as the material. And here is 2 double pawns extras on the H file. Yeah, I think that he will survive. Should be able to survive here. Yeah, white king in a corner, so king hide, rook g7, king go back, queen hanging, check on e4. Yeah, should be holdable, but computer gives 1.5, so actually I think that's okay. Maybe it's 2 pawns still. I think it will be a draw. White will not manage to win. Let's see. Okay, and Mikhail Krasenkov, also it was rather drawish. Okay, now he lost his free passed pawn. Did he? And what for? Yeah, it should be draw. It should be draw. No, this is a draw now. Okay, so he lost his free passed pawn, and the draw will be soon. Okay, so nice defense for Spanish international master, and great creative ideas from Mikhail Krasenkov. And cool odds, yeah, found. Okay, so it will be draw. No, still fight. Still fight. Okay, it's still playable. At evaluation is draw. It's 0-0-0. So it's looked like that white found a fortress. So Marcus, chess coach, it's looked like that black missed the winning chances. And here it will be, yeah, just a repetition. Check, check, check. King will not come into. Oh, he's still trying. Still trying. Oh, but this will be draw. Okay. Rook a5 and rook a5, b3. Interesting. Yeah. Rook b5. It's a suggestion from computer. Rook b5, attacking the pawn. And b3. Bishop c3. Okay, a3. Remove the guard and using this. Yeah. Actually, g6 is a threat, so rook must run away. So it will not be difficult to find a move. Okay, looks also as a holdable draw. And what we have here at Chibo, the pawn is still at the board. The guy don't want to give it for free. Maybe he is not sure how to protect himself. And white is thinking, so it's time trouble, but it's 30 seconds increment. And Chibo, he is a famous streamer on Lichess, playing bullets, so he will be quick if he knows how to win rook and bishop. Okay. Let's see if it's a draw, Kaidos, or still. What? What? He did another move. Okay, so he didn't play rook b5. And what now? Take on a4, b2, take on f6. Okay, it looks like also draw, very easy. And rook behind, and king goes, so should be draw. Should be draw. Yeah. Good enough to make a draw. Really surprised. The guy managed. He managed. So Kaido was pressing, and after this very excellent exchange sacrifice, have huge psychological advantage. Okay, take, yeah, b2. Rook goes to b4. Or maybe even rook take f6 immediately. Check and rook b4. Draw. And king just go to the h file and it's it. Queen e. And the a pawn is alive also. So black should be careful. There's no way to play for win. No way, really. Okay, okay. Look like that our time is ending for the stream. Let's see the final view. So we got lonely solo leader Frode Ulkedal. And it's pity because Elham have completely winning position and just missed checkmate. Miracle. So it will not be Norwegian final tomorrow. It will be nice to see Elham and Frode playing each other tomorrow, but it will not be what happening. And yeah, Nikita Meshkov won. Let's see, was it the same technique that we said? Just quick view from the end. What happened after check? He played so. Check. No, it was no check immediately. Okay, here. Then it's okay. Build a bridge. Famous. So 2 moves more and yeah. So we can congratulate Nikita with a nice game actually, but he missed some chances. He must practice, but end game he gave no chance for his opponent. And William, he was really fighting well and looking for the small chances in the end game. Okay, and let's see Shashikiran, the final. So he's still alive. So I was sure that he will survive. Yeah, looks that he will. Looks like that he will survive. It's no checkmate with 1 rook. So yeah, looks only pawn down and evaluation is 0-5. Okay, check, maybe mate. Should we go for a queen f4 and try to... no needs. We can go. But let's see. King h5. And then if rooks go away, queen e4, trade rook behind the free pass pawn and active king. That's draw. Okay, 0-2, according to evaluation as well. So what we can say, bravo Krishan, safe, and this is experience, of course. You fight for the end and you save the half a point. Good. Okay, and Mikhail Krasenkov, it's a draw. Is it? No, still play. They still play. Come on, Misha, come on. So this is just waste of time. And maybe his opponent playing. Because time. Okay. Or maybe Mikhail is thinking that's where I missed my winning chances. Okay. Anyway, the final position for Chibo. The pawn is already on a3. But this pawn will never be queenie. And the king is already cut off. So I will not be surprised if Chibo win. Because white should give away this pawn and just count 50 moves. So this is the easiest way of defense. And to keep this pawn with the king on a file cut off. Let's see. a2 not working, check, and got it. The king is already on the b file. Oh, I think Chibo will win. Let's see. Practical chances. And as a recommendation for people, if you know how to defend rook and bishop against the rook and king, and Filiero position or Lucena, so just give away this pawn as soon as possible, count 50 moves and ask the judge to fix a draw. So this is what you should know. And it's 2 ways to defend such a position. Yeah, okay. Thank you for today. It was a pleasure to comment for you. I think I will be also commenting tomorrow. I will invite you to stream tomorrow. And thanks for today and enjoy. Let's play chess and learn some classics, because classical it's forever. Thank you and bye. Vladimir